So, I'm going to start the recording. I think we will have to assign Mr. Kernscheifer to privy duty, until he arrives.
At least it's not the flex this time.
In the meantime, I believe we kind of left the last session with you guys on in a bit of a situation.
Yeah.
As you'd just gotten back to the Bogan Harper towards the very end of the day. I think it was like 6 or 7 o'clock. And you had kidnapped Isolde von Strudeldorf, a woman of high station who is the daughter of the High Marshal of the River Wardens in Reichland.
I thought it was of the Road Wardens.
Road Wardens, that's what, not the River Wardens, the Road Wardens.
Yeah, Road Wardens.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, you have all returned to the Bogan Harper. Erwin has his license in tow. I think everyone else has mostly resolved the business that they had. You've loaded up the ship with cargo.
Mm-hmm.
The next leads that you have, I believe, are to travel to Grissenwald, if I am not mistaken. As you have a lead from... Well, you have 2 leads. You have letters that you have found from Etelka Hertzen to one Councillor Tugen that you dealt with back in Bogenhafen. Or, well, some of you did. And you also have a lead from Wilhelm Block, the father/master of your resident Grey Wizard, who has also told you to seek out Etelka Hertzen, somewhere in Grissenwald, known as the Black Peaks. You also have a few tasks, a few errands. Kernt has to collect taxes from Kemperbad for the crown, as apparently the Freetown has not been paying its dues for its charter, and Kernt has been assigned by his office to collect by whatever means necessary. Did anybody have any business they needed to finish in Altdorf before the group departs? At this point, you have Isolde von Strudeldorf stowed away in your cargo hold. And, you I guess you kind of need to decide what you're doing with that. Seeing as you have a kidnapped noble, and it's probably going to be the lesser part of a day before people start finding out.
It's alright, she's staying in my room.
You don't have a room.
I'm pretty sure there's one room and it belongs to Renee.
I think that is the case, actually. Yeah.
She can stay with
I think Siegfried
Renee.
would have hollowed out some space with the cargo for himself, but not really a room.
This old can stay with Renee.
Yeah, there is only one cabin, so to speak, and that'll be the captain's cabin.
The fucking maiden vault.
The rest of you have been spending your nights in hammocks in the hold.
Yeah.
Well, I must say, if we are about to leave, I must bring my lovely new horse, I think.
You have a horse?
I have a horse. I have a horse.
Okay.
It is used to carry my things, you see, yes?
Mr. Simtavir, you know well that I would never question your good intentions towards the well-being of our people and our nation. But I must ask, sir, why are we kidnapping women?
Jeez. Okay. Here's what's going on.
Tarius, you sly dog. I thought you said there wasn't any profit in your evening excursion.
This isn't profit. This is for the betterment of mankind and elfkind together.
How? How?
I'm not sure I follow, sir.
So, there is the makings of a war going on because of our actions back in Bogenhafen. I have a 200 gold ground 200 gold crown bounty on my head, and the humans are beginning to embargo the trade ships from Othoan. Then the High Admiral, I believe, is wanting to engage in warfare. I have kidnapped this woman to convince her uncle to talk to the Admiral and calm things down while we are running around dealing with whatever it is we're dealing with.
Do you think that will work, sir?
No, but I mean, I have to try. It's the only thing I could think of. I can't really go approaching Admiralty and whatnot as an outlaw.
Why did you not just kill the Admiral?
Then that would just further spark on to the war and make it
Especially if they found out it was an elven assassin.
Exactly.
Yes, you could have just paid, well, me to do it.
No. No.
I didn't realize you were in the business of assassinating men of high political office for the sort of means that my master, Mr. Simtavir, is in possession of.
I would kill people for anything, really. I enjoy it. Is that not true, Siegfried?
Althus peers at you dubiously.
I'm panically tapping down my pockets from paper.
Regardless, the point is to show that if things do not slow down, then there will be an escalation on our end too. That's not something I want to do, but I figured the best way to get to a man's heart was to kidnap his niece. So,
at this point, Renate Horseer emerges from below deck, coming up towards you all with a slightly frustrated expression on her face. I've just managed to get her settled in my cabin. It's all well and good me having to share, but it would be nice to understand why.
It's to prevent wars. So.
Well, that's all well and good, but she's informed me that she's technically here against her will.
Yeah, that's the intent.
Which, Antarius, we're going to be arrested. In fact, we might be hanged for this.
You realize I do have a 200 gold crown bounty on my head.
I don't.
By affiliating with me already.
Well, yes, I'm certainly a fucking accomplice now, aren't I?
Well, yes, you might as well just make it official.
By Sigma.
I mean, as long as people don't know that I am with you all, and people don't know Ysolde is here, it's fine. I mean, who's going to know that, like, you people are with me in any sort of fashion? As long as
I used to think that my father was a close-minded fool for being so suspicious of elves. Now I start to wonder if he might have had a point.
After all the things I've done for you, this is how you want to treat me.
You're right. You've done a lot for me, but you've also just made me accomplice to high treason.
It's just act ignorant.
Is that what you call swings and roundabouts?
Yes.
Look, obviously the Watch is going to find out about this as soon as her father gets home. So, if we're going to leave, we need to leave now.
Yes. I figured that was what we were doing anyways. That's why I grabbed her right now, because we are leaving right now.
Well, sir, the men are ready to set off, so, we can get going whenever. It looks like all the cargo's tied down.
Looks like we've also started the ropes untied. Is the anchor hoisted?
Alright, we can make sure to that. Alright, boys, let's lift the anchor. There is a sound of grinding as they start to turn the capstan.
I'm going to settle Woodlouse into his new space. Where do we keep horses?
Wherever
On
my
deck. Next
Just
to
on the
my
deck.
horse is.
Okay.
Wait, do I still have my horse? Yeah, I do.
You do, yeah, you
Oh.
still have Galadriel, yeah.
Yeah.
My horse is called Woodlouse, sir.
Oh, okay.
I like that. It's a good name.
Yeah.
Right, well, I don't know where the captain is, but we're ready to set sail.
Kant is dealing with a shitting problem.
Probably a little
You'd
bit
have
of the
thought he'd
flex.
have learnt his lesson after last time.
Right, so I'm supposing we should be heading out the southeast gate then.
Correct.
This makes sense to me. Where we are
Foggy
heading.
day out. Yes, good.
Because we are heading to Grissenwald. So yes, Southgate. I'm going to hide myself downstairs while we leave Altdorf.
I'm gonna make sure my bow is strong and an easy reach. So we leave Altdorf.
The vessel starts to pull away from the berth, and you can see that there is very little traffic coming up and down the River Reich. Ever since the passing of the large, mighty mainline cruiser, the Emperor Luitpold, had come by, traffic has been more or less at a standstill, as various river wardens have been controlling the traffic to make sure that the enormous cruise ship was able to get through. Conveniently, your ship is one of the first to be able to head out through the southeast gate. And as you come up towards the large, enormous, massive rising and falling gate that covers the River Reich, heading out of the city, you can see that there is a man stood on a raised platform just off to the side of where the artificial river opens up into the natural flow of the River Reich. Hello there, chaps! Where are you off to?
We're off to
Grunberg, I believe. Is that not correct?
Temperbad on behalf of the Emperor's tax collectors.
Oh, right, working on behalf of the Crown. Right, hold on, I just need to check my concession chart. Just wait there a second. He starts fumbling with a large sheaf of paper.
Do we have any sort of documents that prove
I
that
have
claim?
the writ on me.
Excellent. Good. Just
What did
checking.
Current also has something like that too?
Kern gave it to me to keep in the strongbox, the writ, though I think he's got
Oh, okay.
his symbol of...
Right, gentlemen, I need you to declare any cargo that you might be in possession of.
We are in possession of some steel and some grain also due for Grissenwald.
I see. Can you give me an approximation of your total weight?
I have no idea of that out of character.
You can make a evaluate test to see if you can give a decent one. It'll be challenging.
I can help with this.
Evaluate. There it is. And assistance.
Yep.
Uh,
Okay, you give something what you think is in the rough ballpark of your accurate weight. He eyes you dubiously for a moment and then shuffles through the paper some more. Right, okay, do you have any wizards on board?
I'm gonna glance.
Yes.
Asking that.
You see this horse? This horse is secretly a wizard.
Why is
No,
he
of
asking
course we don't have a wizard. What are you talking about?
Right, okay, if you say so. I just have to ask, it's part of this, this system. He continues fumbling through the papers. Okay, so it looks like it's meant to be 5 shillings and 12 brass pennies.
For those in service to the crown,
Yeah, that's what it says here.
Just pay the
even
man.
though this writ I have here otherwise suggests...
Look, I don't write the rules, okay? I just have to enforce them, right? Look, you got problems, you can take it up with the court, okay? Look, I don't make these decisions, alright?
Well, I'm gonna open the strongbox and take out the writ. Well, you see this stamp here? Well, this says we can pass free. If I can bluff him.
Okay, sure. Make a hard bluff test. That'll be a charm, I suppose. Mm-hmm.
Charm is our favourite skill, guys. Yep.
Well, it's bloody nonsense, ain't it? No one gets a free pass through this toll gate, not since Emperor Boris. He did away with all that when he sold off the free towns.
Mr. DM, is this man on his own?
Yes.
Is there anyone else around?
There are a handful of river wardens up on the top of the wall, above the gate, that are generally on garrison duty. Otherwise, there's no one on the actual raised platform itself.
Ugh, yeah,
Well, let me take your name then, and I'll make sure this comes out of your salary.
Wait, you can't do that! Who are you supposed to be, anyway?
I told you. Working on behalf of the Emperor. And if you are impeding his and trying to take money off him, I'll make sure it's reclaimed. And make sure it's reclaimed from you.
Okay. Well, look. What if... Look, right, if I don't get the money that I'm supposed to, then they'll take it out me pay anyway, so... Can I... what about the writ? Can I have the writ, then, so I can prove it?
I'm afraid we'll need this writ in Kemperbad.
Well, it looks like we're in a bit of a fucking impasse, then, aren't we?
How about call it 2.5 shillings? That way you're not out of pocket.
Alright, fine. 2.5 shillings. I mean, what am I going to do? I'll just cover it out of the rest of my day's salary then, I suppose. Right, fucking great.
I'll chuck him the 2.5 shillings then, out of the...
He indicates a small net that you are supposed to throw the coins into. Which you throw over the side of the freeboard and they tumble into the large net.
Oh, please make him to do a ballistics test.
Yeah, okay, fuck it. Why not? Alright, could you make a ballistic skill test? It'll be easy.
You're gonna make me do it?
It's the equivalent of like going through a toll booth and like
Oh
you
my
miss
God.
the little net thing and your coins fall on the floor.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God for that.
You successfully managed to land the coins in the net. He nods at you a few times and raises a small trumpet, which he blows, and then the large gate is lifted, allowing you to pass through out onto the River Reich, which you begin to travel down, heading towards Fieldback. The rivers are quite calm, and the first day of your journey is mostly spent travelling past fields, farmlands, and the occasional hamlet, fishing hamlet up along the riverbank. Towards the east, you have Talabecland, and towards the west, you have Reichland and the Blood Pine Woods, which loom forebodingly as you travel down the river. Everyone can receive a full rest, so if you have any wounds, you can recover them. If you have any fatigue, you can also recover those.
Down to 1 day on my back. Woo!
When you say full rest, do me and the lady get a full rest?
No.
So fucking
You specifically are not allowed to rest.
You specifically do not get a full rest. If anyone has any wounds, you can make an endurance test to try and recover them. The second day of your journey mostly passes again without incident. Most of you spend most of the time attending to various tasks or relaxing or whatever it is that you may be doing on the Bogan Harper as you continue to travel along the river, eventually coming in towards the small town of Fieldback. It is a mining town, as can be told by the large amount of wagons and various methods of cargo transportation coming and going from the very large quarry off towards the west, embedded into some of the nearby mountains. As your ship comes sailing in, you're able to dock here if you so wish, or you may simply continue on. Although, as I understood it, you wanted to buy some
Fieldback.
provisions here. Yeah, you're at Fieldback now.
Yep, so that's 2 days, so we needed more provisions, and I wanted to fill up on cargo.
Okay.
So is this the
Okay,
town where everyone comes and pats you between your shoulder blades?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, if you are going to buy provisions, just that we are quick if we are keeping this, well, lady under duress.
Yes, understood. In that case, perhaps you should come with me, and we can apply more pressure on getting these goods. I'm sure your horse will help carry the supplies too.
Yes, this is
Doubly.
sensible. I'll stay with the lady, naturally, and make sure she's secure.
Okay, but use protection, yes, Ruiz?
Well,
Ensure you keep your sword sheathed.
well, at least someone's powder isn't going to be wet today.
Oh my god.
Ah, it's a real shame that you do not know how to get the powder wet, senor.
Just like your weapon, it'll only fire once, I understand.
That is true, but when it fires once, it makes a good effort.
It makes a loud bang.
I sense I've been bested here, and therefore I will chuckle away. It is 1-1 on the verbal sparring.
What do you mean 1-1? It's like 7-1, mate. Again, smash.
So the two of you have set out into Fieldback. So are you attempting to look for provisions first, or are you going to try and find cargo?
Can I take a gossip test to see where I can get the cheapest provisions and what cargo is best?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll make it challenging.
I have gossip too. That helps.
Okay, you can have a plus 10 as the pair of you
What
head
is
around
your gossip
various
skill?
tavern houses.
47.
47, mine's 60.
Yeah.
Challenging, you said.
Yeah. Okay. The pair of you end up getting talking to a few of the local miners, who not only they happen to be dwarves. They not only tell you who you could get a pretty good rate off for some iron ore, and also tin if you were so inclined, which Fieldback produces a reasonable amount of. But they also, as you sit and drink with them for an hour or two, they eventually get to talking to you. Well, have you fellas ever been round to Griswold before?
DM, have I been around to Griswold before in my...
Let's find out. Sure, you have indeed been to Griswold before. You are aware that it is also a smaller mining town. In fact, you know that quite some time ago, there was supposedly a clan of dwarves that emigrated to Griswold from Karazakarak. And they came there prospecting for gold and made a mine. And this was about 30 years ago now. You last went there probably about a decade ago.
Okay. I'll regurgitate those facts to the dwarves and see if they're of any relation.
They nod and seem appreciative of the fact that you are knowledgeable about what they're talking about, and indeed about their kin, as it turns out, as they seem to have some relatives down in Griswold, as they explain. You see, we have some kin down in Griswold, as you say, and well, it so happens that they thought they'd gotten real lucky that they struck gold down there. But you know what? They mined that place for 27 years, mined it dry right down to the Earth's core. You know what they found? Just fucking coal. Coal and a nest of greenskins. Miserable business. And they invested so much gold into that mine. It cost them so much. And in the end, they were left penniless. They had to sell it off to some woman. Some noble woman who wanted to use it and thought that she could find some kind of better hidden minerals, something that the dwarves could never find. and they started
What
to
human
wonder.
could find?
Well,
better
that's what we
impressions
said.
than
That's
the
what we
dwarves?
said to them. But fact was, is if she wanted to buy the mine, then well, they needed the money. They had to cut their losses. But the dishonor and the shame, it was miserable. We couldn't even convince them to come here to Fieldback. They were so distraught about what happened.
Don't tell me they took the Slayer's vow.
Some of them did. Plenty did, in fact. There's still a few of them left
Sorry
there.
to hear that.
I don't know what they're like now. We've written to them a few times, but we don't hear nothing. Listen, maybe, if you happen to go down that way, maybe you could do a favour for me.
That depends on what it is, but we will be passing that way.
I've got kin down there by the name of Gorim. Gorim Greathammer. If you see him, just tell him that Ivind wants him to come to Fieldback, and that it's all right. We can let bygones be bygones. We can still earn our honour, and we can make our ancestors proud here in Fieldback. We got a good mine here.
I will certainly pass on that message if I find him.
Appreciated. You're a good one, Manling. You're not like the rest of them.
Appreciate that. Do you know who the name of this crazy woman is that bought that mine?
What was she called? Something. Something. Furtzen. Yeah. Telka Furtzen, I think.
That's not the name of the person who we're happening to chase after, is it?
It is.
It's
I'll
not,
repeat
but
the
one
name
could
as
put two and two together and realise he's not remembering the name properly.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll repeat the name that Antarius.
Atelka Hertzen is the one that you're
Telka
thinking.
Hertzen, and see if that rings any bells for him.
The chubby dwarf shrugs for a moment and then tilts his head. Why? Do you know her?
We're having to find her ourselves for other reasons.
Well, what sort of reasons are they?
Afraid, not good ones.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you any more than that, but, look, if you do find Gorim, tell him that Ivind vouches for you. Ivind Greathammer. That'll put you in good stead.
Appreciated. Now about that trade, did you say you were selling tin?
The foreman here, yeah, we've got a new shipment of iron. We were expecting to sell it upriver to Altdorf, but our contact up there said that they don't need it anymore. So we were trying to find a new buyer, but hey, if you're looking for it,
In
we
that
can sell
case,
it
I could be
cheap.
quite interested, and definitely if you're selling it cheap.
All right, sounds good to me.
Go.
Make an easy haggle test.
Haggle. I take it Romulo's helping me with this as well.
Yeah, sure.
Well, we're in the background, sir. I'm poking dwarves.
Out of all that possible success. Yeah, okay. So they are willing to increase. Well, they'll give you a cargo of 60 metal. And it will cost you.
Have plus 20 because we both have deal maker.
I'm not sure if both apply or if just one would.
Well,
They'll
damn.
offer you up to 60 metal for 8 crowns.
8 crowns.
Or they can give you 30 for 4.
I will take that. I'll be funding that myself because there's not enough in the.
The ship's wallet.
Yeah. I'll just put that as a owing to the ship's wallet. So 8 crowns, he said.
Yep.
I'll run with that in a bit.
So you can increase the encumbrance of your cargo of metal to 87.
We also need to buy some provisions, my good friend Dwarf. Would you point me in the direction of somewhere we could purchase these?
I reckon I can put you in some good hands. We get a lot of shipments of grain from some of the local hamlets, but could be we could we'll sell them to you at cost. How does that sound?
That sounds
Appreciate
wonderful.
Okay, you're offered a day's ration for the ship. You can have up to 5, and they will cost 4 shillings.
So 4 shillings
Per day.
for a day's ration for the entire crew.
Yep.
Take 5 then. That should get us to
That'll be
Campbell
20 shillings, so 1 gold crown.
Yep.
Okay. So with that done, you're away from the ship for about 3 hours. Eventually you can, you return and you get the cargo delivered without too much incident. If anyone has any other business in this small mining town, they're welcome to examine it, but otherwise there doesn't really seem to be too much going on here.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm staying on ship. Who else is on ship?
Everybody
there
except
anywhere-
for Romolo and Siegfried.
Is there anywhere I can like dye my hair?
You could probably buy some dye here. I see no
Good
reason
Yeah.
why not.
Yeah.
Or you
like,
could
I
get
wanna
you could get
buy-
one of the boys to do it for you.
Okay.
I mean, I just need some. I want to dye my hair and like get it cut, basically. So it's not as
Oh,
easy
okay.
to tell, because like right now my hair is like extremely long, like in my little picture or whatever. So if I get it cut up and change the color, might be a little bit harder to.
Okay. Yeah, make an easy stealth test.
Alright.
You're able to slip fairly inconspicuously into the crowd. There isn't really too much of a watch presence here. You only see 1 or 2 road wardens passing through. Neither of them spare you a second glance. However much there may be a bounty out for you in Altdorf, it seems that the trickle down into the rest of Reichland hasn't quite reached a certain zenith yet. You head into one of the local taverns, and therein you find a barber surgeon who is willing to give you a haircut for the cheap price of 1 shilling.
Sure, I'll pay him a shilling.
Let's check the quality of your haircut.
Okay, yeah.
It's decent, reasonable. You know, obviously someone in Ulthuan would do a much better job, but for a human, it's all right.
Yeah.
They've cut it fairly short in a kind of practical human style. Looks a bit odd on you, but at least it'll make sure that you're not recognised. At least it'll help anyway. If you ever need to make any tests for avoiding being spotted or otherwise identified as Antarius, you can take a +10
Okay.
until your hair grows out again.
Yeah. I mean, that would be like fucking years without.
It'll be
my hair.
years. So
Yeah. Okay. Does he have like any dye or whatever?
he does recommend that you visit a local tanner who offers to let you dunk your head in one of his vats for 6 brass pennies.
Yeah, alright. I'll pay 6 pennies for that. How many pennies are in a shilling?
I
12.
think it's 12.
12? Okay.
Yeah, so it's half a shilling.
Yeah, that's fine.
Eventually you walk away with your hair quite blonde and smelling vaguely of onion and piss.
That's fine with me.
But at least you look quite different.
Yeah. Perfect. I'll make my way back to the Bogan Harper.
As you get back on board, you're actually stopped by some of the crewmen who ask who you are and what you're doing. It takes Alphys to recognize you.
Yeah.
Friend, so you could get your hair sorted here.
Mr. Simtavia, why have you done this? You look like a human.
Because I look like a human and not like Atari Simtavir.
Sir, is it truly worth sacrificing your dignity in this way?
Dignity.
Yes. Yes. If I don't do
Alphys
this,
will
then,
remember this.
Poor Alphys is like such like a culture shell shock right now. He's like, who is this man? Is he really an elf?
I'll be back in a moment. Gonna get a drink.
Alright.
So are we loaded up now on cargo?
So we, yeah, we have more metal now. Is what we bought, right? We bought metal.
Yeah.
And then,
Are we loaded up, or just like nearly?
There's still some space on the Bogan Harper. Though whether or not that counts as full is another question. Particularly with the people on the horses.
True. Yeah. I have some bad news, audience, and everyone else. Unfortunately, Romulo will not be present next week due to the fact that I am at a gig.
Okay.
Wow, is it, is it gay sex week already? Does that come around quick?
No, I was
If it was, you'd be joining him, wouldn't you?
wow.
I was booked to go back in fucking August, and they cancelled and reorganised for like mid-October, and they cancelled, reorganised again for like the first week of, or like, the second week of November, and like I've been trying to go to fucking see this band now for like 2.5 months. It was when it first happened. Yumi at 6.
Never heard of him.
Wow. So you're not going to come and play to watch that band?
Mate, I'm doing cool boy shit, you know.
Yeah. And this isn't cool boy shit?
Definitely not. It's it's enjoyable shit, but it's definitely not cool boy shit.
Tabletop RPG, not cool, says Romulo.
Tabletop RPG, fun, exciting, thrilling, gripping, cool, not.
Not worth the time. 2 out of 10 would not play again.
Right then.
So yes, can you tell me where these places are then, Antares?
I'm so sorry, what?
Well, I feel like my hair could do with a little trim itself.
Oh, I point to the tavern. I'm like, there's a barber surgeon over there. He could probably touch you up. Costs me a shilling.
Ah, yes, very good. Okay, I will go and do this.
Okay. Anyone else who decides to spend a bit of time in Feelback using the services, I suppose, feel free. You spend the good part of about 4 hours in the town before the ship prepares itself to set off once again.
Do they have a chance cologne?
No, they do not, actually. Not in... the place to shop for that would have been Altdorf.
He's just trying to... He's just trying to spruce
He's
up
trying to turn the
for,
ship around.
Yeah.
Well, if no one else has anything to do, now we have gathered these provisions, etc. We should probably make a move. We do not want the guard to be on our tail, yes?
Yeah.
Agreed.
In due course, the ship sets sail again, as Renate helps to steer the vessel further down the River Reich. So you pass by the town of Prize. You can see that it's a large farming settlement for the most part. As you travelled along the Reich, you could see there were caravans making their way up and down the road towards Feelback, carrying shipments of grain. As you come along and you carry on past Prize, you pass another day.
back's healed! Or at least the first stage of it has.
If anyone needs to take another rest, if you still have any wounds, you're welcome to.
I'm healed, baby!
I still have like another 20 or something days to heal my broken arm.
Oh my god, I passed my test for the first time! Since I've been...
Nice.
First time I passed. I'm fully healed, baby.
I have my my legs back, boys.
Sometime in the early morning of your 4th day, at river, I suppose. I was going to say at sea, but no, you're at river.
Mhm.
Big Sig calls out. He's taken the early watch, and he calls out an alarm and asks for anyone who is able to stir to come up towards the top deck.
I'll head up there.
Yeah,
What is it? What is it, big boy?
I'm gonna draw my bow and string it and head up.
He wordlessly points out towards the east, towards what looks like a large marshland that's full of swamp and fetid decay. Stretches out for several miles towards the east. Stood there, on top of one of the rises not far from the riverbank, is what looks like some sort of mutated monster. A large beast man, clutching
I'm
a
gonna draw
spear.
Are they in range of...
They are quite some distance from the ship, but you can make out their silhouette at the bank.
This is just the
So-
one.
It might be in longbow range.
So, are they in a range of 100?
No.
Okay, I'm going to prepare my incendiary arrows, and just wait until I'm comfortable I can hit with a good shot.
We're moving toward them.
You're moving parallel to them. So you're
I'm
travelling
also-
along between 2 islands in the middle of the river.
Also, I'm going to say to Romulo, raise the rest of the crew, get them ready for a fight just in case there's more of them.
They could just be a scout.
It
we
is
can
my
never
Kill
concern.
Scout. Want to risk that there's more nearby?
I mean, if we can kill it before he runs away, we
Why
could-
do you think I've got my bow?
It's worth a try. This creature's eyes on us can mean no good.
Anyone who is currently on the top deck, make a very hard perception test.
Ah,
If you
classic.
have 6th sense, have a plus 10.
Okay.
Very hard.
Haha! Success!
Oh, I got so close!
Hey, hey.
Yes, Owen.
Okay.
What's the go?
The vessel continues to sail by.
Was the DM
As you...
dark?
Sorry?
Dark.
What?
Or is it?
Sorry, no, there is light. There is light. It is sunrise, but
Okay.
it's still early in the morning. So it's probably like 5 in the morning,
I
5 or
was just wondering
6.
if you were making it more difficult because of the light
No.
levels.
No, that's not why.
Thought I'd turn that failure into a success.
No, that is not why. So, as the ship continues to sail past, Owen and Antarius notice something that is perhaps alarming. The Beast Man, stood on the bank of the Riker marshes, is watching your ship not because it's marking you as prey, but rather because it's trying to ward you away from a small band travelling behind it. You can just make out their silhouettes. You can see that there is a group of maybe 7 to 9, possibly, monstrous figures that are dragging along 3 humanoid shapes, bound together with what looks like rope, being tugged along and pulled by their wrists.
It was at this point we saw Withold again.
Has this beastman come into 100 range of 100? Is it yards they're measured?
Sure, it's at far range for you.
I shot at it then.
I try to wave him. I'm like, look behind it, and I point to the the 6 or the 7 to 9 beastmen.
Too late. I'm already losing my incendiary arrow.
Oh no, shit.
You could attract my attention, mate. Don't you worry. I've noticed them load my bow.
Okay, you can make a difficult ballistic skill test.
I take it bow test.
Mm-hmm. You light the incendiary arrow and launch it, sending it high, arcing into the air as it sails majestically across the river and lands in the water.
Thanks.
Antarius, why did you...
Going out with a faint little hiss as it sinks below the water.
Ready another one, but wait until we're a bit closer.
You're not coming any closer to it, you're moving parallel. You're heading southeast, there to the northeast.
There's a group of them behind. He's warding. 7 or 8 with prisoners.
I cannot see them. You must be able to see much further than me.
No.
With all respect, don't sound like our business, none.
No, it does not. And I believe if we're not being attacked, then it seems to just be beastmen attacking beastmen or mutants. We should probably just move on.
I would say we just
Can
move
you tell
on.
if they have any valuable?
They look to be men in their captives.
Not from this far away. They're just specks at this point. They have some prisoners, but I don't know what kind of prisoners they have.
Well,
The Beastman is just trying to...
Way I see it, sirs, those lot over there, they're already dead. If we go help, there's only a chance we might join them.
If there's nothing to be earned from it, then why bother?
There's a connection between the beasts and the men that we hunt.
Mm.
Are you
don't
thinking
know.
there'd be something of value to be found?
Could be. There always could be. It's a question of risk. 17 beastmen.
We are on a boat, and we have more than one accomplished archer. There's essentially around 4 or 5 to...
We could move the boat into decent range and pepper them.
And lay fire on them.
If any survive, and then we can decide what.
I'd say just move on. There's no point to sit here and waste our time on
There was
their...
no point to the kidnapping either, Antarius. We've moved past points.
There was a point to the kidnapping. You're just not seeing the bigger picture, Erwin.
There's a bigger picture to this. I say we
Yeah.
bring it to bear.
Do I know if
Those are
beastman trophies
beastmen.
can be sold?
No, that would be pretty unorthodox, to say the least.
So I
Could be a
couldn't
bounty on heads or something.
skin them and sell their hides as something.
That would be...
Bother.
That would definitely get the Inquisition on your ass pretty quick.
Yeah, like, aren't beastmen like beasts of chaos or some shit?
Yeah, they're chaotic
Yeah.
monsters.
They're mutants that are left in the woods that become beastmen, basically.
Did you say it was a beastman warning us about more beastmen?
No, it's trying to, like... It's a scout that's watching you to try and make sure that you don't interfere.
Oh, okay.
No, we don't.
Right, well, I think we should perhaps not get any closer to the marshes, but we should try our luck and shoot as many of these things as we can. Who knows when it might be handy to not have more beastmen on the roaming.
I ain't no fucking Bretonian knight. I ain't risking my life for some random cunts out in the marshes. Probably their fault they got caught.
Which is my point. We should not risk anything. We should just try and kill them while we can. Who doesn't enjoy a good bit of target practice?
I mean, they're way too far out for us to even shoot at them. But they're like,
I
what?
agree. But that scout
100
is in
yards, which is standard range for those.
Antarius believes that if you wanted to attack the group that's moving the prisoners, you'd probably need to disembark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can
Good.
at least kill this scout.
I mean, you could try to shoot it, but there's no point to stop the boat.
I am going to try to shoot it.
Anyone who wants to try and shoot the Beastman can do so. The test will be difficult.
Would it not be more...
Well, actually, it depends on the range of your weapon.
100. But how do I do that without the thing up? Do I just roll ballistics?
I can just spawn
So,
your dudes.
if it's long range, that should be difficult. If it's extreme range,
I'll spawn
hard
your
or
dude
very
for you.
hard.
Oh, nice. Let's fucking go.
Seeing Romulo go to take another shot, I'll put away the incendiary arrow and draw my regular ones.
I've got to fucking load my crossbow because I've not been carrying it.
I think Erwin is right, Renate says from the helm. If there's any chance we can help them, then we should.
Finally, someone sensible.
We're watching people be taken away, probably to be eaten or sacrificed or something. If we can save them, we should.
Yeah, I agree. We must go and try and save them.
Romulo, wouldn't you have already loaded your crossbow before?
I imagine so, but I hadn't loaded it yet, I guess.
Can you not just tick it in your...
You should just be able to tick it to be loaded.
What do I do?
Do we have like a
There you go, I've done it for you.
do we have a rowboat or a dinghy for, going ashore?
Not if you didn't buy one, you don't.
We didn't buy
Something to
one.
put on the list. Okay.
I won what?
You can probably buy a rowboat, for sure.
A dinghy.
Boom!
Oh, headshot.
Nice! And the head as well. Nice!
As
Romulo with these fucking headshots.
the creature crouches slightly, feeling clearly tense as it sees Siegfried and Romolo raise their weapons. As you both unload on it, it turns to try and start moving back towards the rest of its group, but Romolo hits it in the back of the skull and it collapses to the ground, twitching.
I'm prepared to roar and fire should it stand up, but otherwise I'm holding my arrow.
You're watching it die on the floor as it spasms and writhes.
The smile
mean-
spreads across my face.
If we want to go save them, this is the time to do it, since we now have the element of surprise, since we killed their scout.
Sig, bring us closer to shore. The decision is made.
What?
We've already
Sir-
fired on.
But,
Ruiz,
sir,
can we...
Sig, I promise you
Yes.
the safety of everyone on this ship.
Ruiz, can we
Only
safely
because I like you.
embark, safely not dock,
Owen, make a challenging leadership roll.
Ooh.
Up to you if you want a fortune point or take it.
I'll try to fortune point it. Damn, it's close to.
Look, right, we'll take the ship to the shore, but we're not coming with you. You're on your own.
well, make sure
That's
you get
all I
everyone
ask.
equipped. We might be leaving in a hurry. That's fine.
Fucking do-gooders. You lot don't know what it's like living on the rivers. You see this type of shit all the time.
And
Well,
you see
if
it all
there's
the time, and you
other people
never
of
help.
value, they could be ransomed, could they not?
You know how many crewmen I've lost to shit like this? This is how you get your ship captured. This is how they sneak up on you. This is how they ambush you. They make you think that you're doing something good, and then the next thing you know, your ship is swarming in tentacled monsters.
I'll be honest, I am inclined to agree with Big Sig on this one. I've had my target practice. It was just a bit of fun, really. This is a new weapon after all. I stroke it lovingly.
Until this
Fucking
very
weirdo.
moment, everything I've done has needed to be restrained and measured within reason. Now, it's all legal. I'm gonna start channeling.
What are you channeling?
Who fucking knows?
Who fucking knows?
Are any of the
Like as we're
animals
approaching shore, is it okay if I
The crew begins drawing the bogan harper in towards the shoreline, which Renate herself has encouraged and has already started steering the rudder to that effect.
DM, are any of the animals distressed as they were when we were attacked by that previous tentacled monster?
No. Well, obviously they're slightly agitated, yes, because you guys have been shooting weapons and fire.
You just let us know when we're in range, buddy. Until then, I'm just gonna chill out.
Yeah. Same.
I need...
I love how this is like a morally dubious company, and we're just like, nah, we'll save some people. Fuck it.
Well, I'm hoping there's loot, so.
I need to talk to Kern in the privy if this counts as one of my mercenary gigs or not. Senor shit my britches. What do you want from me?
That's weird. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. That's why.
I'll take Galadriel and Alphys, because they're gonna need the horse to help escort these people back to the boat.
Take my mule, but it's too stubborn to actually ride properly.
Ah, it's fine. Galadriel will do the job. Gotta whip out the Mustang every now and then. You know what I mean, man.
My horse can be ridden, but it doesn't have a saddle, so yeah, it's kind of stuck there.
Okay,
I mean, you could probably hook it up to the car and use it as a chariot.
I'm just rigging up a combat scene real quick, so you have to give me a few minutes.
I think the concept of hooking up a cart to a draft horse and then using it as a chariot is a terrible concept in a marsh. However, as the DM is setting things up, it's now time to talk about our sponsors. Currently, our current sponsor,
Raid Shadow Legends is an ongoing.
Currently, our current sponsor is Lotto Scratch Cards. If you get one, you can currently get one of up to £100,000. All you need to do is find a single cash symbol or a bag. If you find a bag, you will double the prize that you win. You have chances of 0.14%.
If you read anything today,
than you did any fucking harm.
You should use Grammarly.
Check out Skillshare. It's the greatest. It's helped me learn how to draw.
If you want to avoid situations like El Susador, you need protection.
Meanwhile, on r/incels, there's Romulo.
Wait, what?
I would not be advertising r/incels on my channel.
It's alright, bro. No one ever watches them this far.
It's true. It's true.
That is quite literally the first time that the DM has rejected one of our advertisements. And it's because you mentioned incels.
If you have watched this this far in, just like put something in the comments. You know, I know it's not going to happen. I know, you know.
If you've ever watched this far in to one of our videos, don't be offended by us using the words incels, because I'm assuming you probably are.
I mean,
Hey gamers, tell us in the comments what other subreddits you'd like us to mention on our show.
I'm just saying, like the viewing figures for like episode 1 was like 300. Now we're down at like 13.
Is that just because you've watched it?
Like 6 of them are probably us at least.
That's a good point, actually. What is the viewing figures for that first episode?
Oh, don't look. It just is.
No, it was quite a few though. Let's have a look. Right, Liam Taylor.
Just switch all the thumbnails to VTubers and see what happens.
Okay, session 1. Oh my god! 1.2k views.
Yeah, dude.
Cool.
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, it's weird, right?
What the hell did that happen? Wow, that first episode, people. I mean, just worse. Like, so much fucking worse. I'm shooketh, boys.
Almost sorted. Just give me a minute here.
Our latest episode got 17 views. And no comments.
So yeah, getting those comments, you know. You can get free reactions from all of us. We're willing to do anything to, for our fan.
I wonder if does that first episode have any comments? Look. Oh, it does.
I've got a slight issue.
Hmm?
For some reason, I just got disconnected and my computer shut off, and now I can't log back in because it's telling me I'm already logged in.
And that was
You
the
should
end
now
of-
be fine.
Yeah, just don't worry about it. Wow, look at the replies, episode 1. Where did it all go wrong?
I know, yeah, I mean, literally, they all bum off Liam as well. Came for the Warhammer, skipped around for that sweet, sweet narration.
Should we, I don't know, let's see if human figures were affected by the loss of Runken, we're told.
I mean, the Imperials are always affected by that, mate.
Look at this red Berlingo. Loving the vibe and great to see how the system plays out. Drop me a note if you want another member. Wow, we could just get rid of Kern straight up.
Honestly, I assumed that was Erwin.
Yeah, I got in through a YouTube comment.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend a fair time playing with the combat, happy to spend some time and pass on what I know. Nah, we've already got,
Yeah, we've vaguely
we've
worked
already
it
got
out.
the guy for telling us what we're doing wrong. Don't worry about it.
What is Lorne's career?
I'm sure this guy's a bot. Up with this type of thing.
Well, I mean, Liam's actually responded to a comment in episode 6 about Lorne's career, so...
I mean, I think there was a bit of a confusion because he was a knight to begin with, then we introduced the Nations of Mankind and he swapped.
Oh no! Mark Grehan doesn't like us, lads. It's a fine line between being heroes and pushy jerks. The GM is doing a great job of keeping things moving, especially with players splitting off every 2 minutes. Oh no! Guys, we're dicks!
You didn't realise that till now?
How dare we? How dare we split so often?
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but life isn't like that. You might live in a tiny collective, but in reality, most people don't have friends.
I mean, they're also pointing out very valuable things, which is that apparently I couldn't parry in Frenzy, so that's something.
That one guy who's just like, I really want to love this, but that dwarf, not allowed to parry.
I really want to enjoy this, but that dwarf is just pissing me off.
Episode 3, look at this red Berlingo. Wow, he is a super fan. If you're really a super fan, then, where's that donation money rolling in red Berlingo?
With Patreon support, the DM could afford to do this full time.
Yeah, then we wouldn't have to miss every other week.
Let's do him, mate.
Wow, that came from a very personal place. I'm sorry, Mr. D.
Oh no! Shame Runcat to attack just as they convinced the Witch Hunter to let them go. Could have avoided that whole last hour. Still, been enjoying the series so far.
Fuck, dude.
I refuse to fucking let Chaos people live.
Oh, wow. Isn't this the late to the party?
Oh, thank God. We're being attacked. We're attacking people. Does that count as a mercenary encounter, Kern?
He's not here.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
he's
not
like
here.
the fire.
I just, what happened was, I think I heard Kern, on one of the videos, just join and say hello. Oh, he completely fried me.
Oh, guys, Mary Blair on episode 18 has posted some kind of dodgy link, and I don't want to follow it. Who knows what's at the end of that? It's just like one of those for you page things. But I imagine it's an OnlyFans.
is the global illumination option?
Well, if you're still watching Mark Grehan and was it Red something or other? Red Belingo. Shout out to you boys, you're both legends. I'm sorry that I have been an annoyance and killed things.
Oh wow, look, Mark Greenham. I really enjoyed this. It's a roller coaster of emotions. You know, that's why I made Witold Mark. I wanted a deep, emotional character, a real
Shot children.
character that
Yeah, this
You
one
shot-
goes out
I
to
could
you.
explore the depths of the human soul, you know?
You stabbed Lorne in the eye, mate. I'm not
No, I think
disagreeing
he
with that
slit
decision.
Lorne's throat.
Why can I not set illumination?
Do you reckon we could use this in future? Just like you start with like a happy Liam, and then by like episode 50, you just have this broken husk of a man. He's forgot why he's even doing it anymore. Yeah. Anyway, if anyone does listen to this, I think we do need more reactions. Come on, just type in down below.
You guys, does it say I'm actually logged in on the Foundry?
No.
Okay.
Is it because there's a wall? Yes, it is. Okay. Sorry, we will be back from maintenance mode shortly.
You can always cut it. Then again, the shout out to the fans might be worth it. Keep it in.
Wow, I love episode 23. You'll like it too, Lex.
What's commented on that?
Oh god, I think so. Several.
Okay,
Woo!
so. Let's see here.
There we go. Joining now. Thank you.
Did it work? Yep.
Yep.
You gotta fight for your right. The Warhammer party.
Burn people.
Either one, you know.
I finally get to see those incendiary arrows in use.
Oh. This is very narrow channel.
So, as the group of you pull up alongside the edge of the Bogan Harbour, as it pulls up against the bank of the marsh. You can see that there is a patrol heading through the marshland here, of about maybe 6 or 7 of these beast men, dragging along a small prisoner train of 3 humans by the looks of it. 2 of them are men, one is a woman. They are what clothes they had are now raggled and ruined, and they look quite emaciated, and they must have been in captivity for possibly quite some time at this point. It doesn't seem like the monsters have noticed you yet, as you continue creeping up the hill towards them.
Well, I'd like to pot shot, please, at some point, but I'll wait till the others are closer.
How close
How
are we
far
now?
away is everybody?
You should be able to see some of them.
Yeah.
I don't think
I can see them, but I've got night vision. I'm not sure if that helps.
No, I'm currently still on the world map.
Well, it's daytime too.
Oh. Wow.
Sounds like you are not on the correct
There we
map.
go. It's just loading. Hopefully that will change.
So, they're at the top of a hill, did you say?
Yeah, they're up towards the top end of a rise in the marsh. Yeah.
Okay, so...
Yeah.
Anything
Still
that
on
is
the
this kind of dark greenish color, it's marshland.
Oh, in that case, I'm definitely not going near that. So,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
going to
not
have to
on the right map at the moment.
You're not
I
on
don't
the
know why
right
that is.
map. Hang on.
Maybe
hang
we
on.
should just take pot
there we
shots
go.
and bring them over to us and fight them.
I'd like to stay kind of hidden but channel here. I'm gonna
Are those trees
murdered.
there that are the little?
There is
green
there are
blobs?
trees that are obscuring part of your vision. Yes.
can I sneak
I'm
a little
gonna-
closer?
Hug my back to one of them and prepare to loose.
You can move 2 squares without needing to make a test if you want.
Well, I was thinking that not a tree there that's by me and Antarius.
No,
That bit of marsh then, is it?
I'm not sure what you're talking. If you hold left click, you can ping things.
That
That's like a rock on the shoreline.
big rock or small rock?
Big rock.
I think
Oh,
I'll use that as cover.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna stay on the bow and Harper, so everyone else decide what you want to do. But as soon as you're ready, I'm gonna start firing.
Okay, I'm in reasonable range now.
Is
Yeah, you can make a
Alpha.
channeling test, by the way. That's fine.
Okay.
okay.
I'm going to unleash, he said. I can finally set free, he said.
Look at that too. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Dark deal it.
There we go.
Boom! Right, if we're getting ready to attack then, I'm gonna...
Yep, I'm gonna
Take a shot.
fire.
I'll be murmuring behind this
Have
tree
you
for a minute or
reloaded your
two.
crossbow whilst we were getting?
Oh, of course. Now I know how to do that.
And I am like hiding behind a tree, murmuring. FYI, like
So just to be clear, is it the light green or the dark green that's like the boggy ground?
So, the light green is not swampland. The dark green
Fucking
is.
hell, Alphys.
all this with the plus 63.
What the fuck?
Alphys Fox,
Jesus.
dude. Alphys Fox.
What the fuck?
All this is here to fucking slap some beastman ass, apparently. Jesus.
Alphys eyes you dubiously, Antarius, before he pulls on his armor and his helmet, and he draws his weapon and disembarks from the boat. And he looks at the rest of you preparing yourselves for this ambush.
Oh no! He's
I
not going to scream, is he?
I would give him Galadriel to ride. so he can be even more of a badass.
No, he says no, Mr. Simtavir, that would be unwise to take an animal such as Galathril into this swampland. He would only become bogged down.
That's fair, Alphys. You know what? You're the soldier here, so you.
I am a warrior, sir.
Immediately
And
alert all
he
of
declares a charge.
Oh, good.
Okay.
For the Phoenix King! He screams as he goes rushing into the swampland.
It's so tempting just to shoot him in the back.
Do we have a surprise round, or are we going by
You
the-
do have a surprise round, yes.
Oh, there was
Well-
me thinking, he would have cost us the surprise there.
Not my boy.
Do we just roll then, Liam, or do you want us to do
Hold
it
on.
in order?
think it'll
Yeah,
be
so
followed
it's going to be
in
in your order, and you'll just skip the beastmen.
Ari.
Right, yeah, Antares is just going to... sorry, Alphys is just going to charge. He is going to make an athletics test as he makes his way through the swampland. It will be average.
Will Alphys fuck? Alphys does fuck.
Alphys Fox.
He succeeds, does not fall over, and comes rushing forward with his weapon to skewer this Ungor.
Oh, the coward goes for the Ungors, not the
Oh no, he missed!
Oh no! He
Alphys
doesn't
does not
fuck. He does not fuck at all.
He's about to get fucked.
Oh, he's fine.
No!
Wow.
No, Alphys Fox!
Jesus Christ.
As
14 damage.
as the elf goes charging into the marsh, he just throws himself right in there. He doesn't give a fuck. He goes rushing ahead of you and just stabs this Ungor in the back. It lets out this ferocious bleat, causing the rest of them to scream in panic as the whole convoy starts to bring itself towards your attention. But you still have an opportunity to get the better of them after having dispatched their scout.
Okay. This is the time everyone's waiting for, then it's just a door time, right?
It is.
It is.
How far can I run? Definitely get this.
If you could get on that side, that'd be very helpful. Otherwise, I might shoot you.
Yeah, don't go in the way of the archers. I've already shot one of you in the back of the head. Don't make it two.
Bam.
That's why I'm behind you this time.
Greetings, theme. My name is Al-Sussadar, and I'm here to take your life. Repade.
As you come upon the unsuspecting Ungor, can you make an average athletics test, please, as you make your way through the marshland?
Hey, Liam, I'm assuming this is obvious information, but which one's biggest?
Yeah.
The biggest one is at the back.
Oh, I can't see that.
Okay, yep, you've succeeded, no problems. Go ahead and attack.
Do we get a bonus for charging though, don't you, if you move a certain distance?
You do get a bonus for charging, yeah. When you click on your weapon, you can tick the charging box.
It's exactly the same as one advantage.
It gives you
point.
one advantage.
I see. Do I get an advantage as part of my athletics test, maybe?
No,
it's
you
not
do
posted,
not.
is it?
I am sorry.
But you should get a bonus for surprise.
Plus 10, I believe.
Yep.
Which means you should be on...
It would be a -2.
Don't know why I can't edit that. That's really weird. Yeah, it should be a -2.
Well, I'm going to use a fortune. I think I missed that.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, you can use a fortune point.
So let me just re-roll that with the bonus. And I put that in SL bonus, do I? Or
Yep, so you should have charging ticked and modifier +10. SL bonus means that if you pass your test, it gives you the equivalent of a modifier of +10, but you actually need to pass your test. to
Are
get
you
it.
re-rolling it, are you?
Yeah. 'cause I
Okay,
didn't
I'm going to
bonus
cancel
on
your
it.
test then.
Okay, fair enough. So I've already got a modifier of 10, so it'll be a
So
modifier of 20.
That should be a
instead.
modifier of 20 then.
Yep. Oof. Up to you if you want to take that, or if you want to use a fortune point. Ooh!
Hang on, didn't he use a fortune point for that?
I think he re-rolled it because he used the wrong modifier, which is fine. I don't
Oh,
care.
okay.
So you've succeeded, but you didn't actually do it as an opposed test, so I'm just going to redo it so that it works properly.
Revenge of the non-targeting.
So it was meant to be... What did you have, a +6? Yeah.
Remember the... Actually, not this. Never mind.
Yep, that's fine. Okay. You lunge forward with your rapier and skewer the beast. Its thick, heavy hide and armor prove rather resilient to your blow, though you do strike a brutal slash through its left leg, apparently, as you carve into its calf, and it bellows at you in a furious mooing noise.
So you should have 3 advantage now.
Yes.
Haha, yes, you are no beast, you are just an animal.
What?
Don't
Well-
question him.
I liked that line. I'm doing a work thing, but I liked that line.
Antarius, do you remember the line of fire?
I mean, I can move right here. Maybe get a athletic check, right?
Yeah.
Average.
Yep. Standing success, no problem.
All right.
As you maneuver deftly through the swamp.
I'm gonna go ahead and stab this one with my
Just need to
rapier.
cancel that. Yep. Okay. Go ahead.
Make sure you target.
Attacking the one that the other elf attacked, you should get a +20 modifier.
He should.
throughout the
I'm,
So-
I'm not. No, I'm not attacking that one. I'm attacking. The
Oh,
one
you're
to the
attacking the
south.
other one. Oh, okay.
But
Yeah,
also,
attacking this
you
one.
should still have 2 advantage, 1 for surprise, 1 for charging.
Oh,
Yeah, that is right, actually. So roll it again and give yourself 2 advantage.
Just easier to work it out that way than doing it in the modifiers, because it actually gives you an advantage for attacking surprise as opposed to being a modifier.
It worked out even worse for it. It's funny.
Alright.
yeah, that's even worse. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, let's do advantage.
As you come charging in, you don't quite achieve the same success as Alphys. As it narrowly avoids your strike and bleats at you angrily. The human next to you falls to his knees in shock. Owen.
Yes, indeed.
Master of Magic, Unchained. Everything is
last,
legal.
Everything to play for.
The spell we're using doesn't have a very creative name in the book. It's called Chain Attack.
Does
I
it
think
chain?
you should call it Erwin's Kinky Whips.
Yeah, why not?
Whips of the Night.
Whips of the Night, sure.
Is
What's going
that,
to happen here
is that how
uh,
his sister earns the money?
yeah,
Yeah?
why not?
Would you like
You know
to
you
know
can
more?
get a whip and lasso, I think, as actual weapons, El Susador.
If you'd like to know more about the Whip and Lasso, go to flintlife.com.
You have an OnlyFans page, do you?
Now I do. Erwin does.
Owen does.
Alright, I'm gonna... So the way this works is basically their shadow's gonna attack them. It's like a lore themed bolt, but if it kills anything, it jumps.
Okay.
Let's read the next line.
Malt.
And this should automatically add our SL bonus, right?
If you've been channeling, yes.
I mean, he failed his
It
chance
should
test.
say it, in fact, in the
I rerolled
magic
it.
section.
Ah.
If you click on magic, you'll see
Yeah, it's
Chains
there.
Like Shadow has SL2, so yes.
So-
Oh no!
Really? I'm re-rolling. That's my last fortune point for the session, but I don't care.
Okay. Right click and use fortune point.
Hey.
Oh no, it still failed though.
Why is it
Why?
still fail? Because he didn't get enough. He needed CN6, so he needed to have a +6 to succeed on it.
Yeah.
So he didn't roll well enough.
What
Although-
was the channeling roll?
Wait a minute, that's... Oh no,
I
he
don't know
should.
if
It
we
would have been a
roll.
5. It would have been a +5, even if it had used his
Okay.
SL. Unfortunately, so no, it still would have fizzled. Sadly.
I hate the new magic rules.
Ah,
Yeah, I guess I've whiffed it, so.
Okay, Ungo does not get a go.
well, I'm going to target the one in the back and go with big boy crossbow here.
You can't actually see him.
I can see I can see his feet in the black shadow.
That's not him,
I mean-
but you can shoot that one if you want.
Well, I'm shooting the one I'm targeting anyway.
Alright, okay, that's fine.
I don't know which one that is, but I can see some feet.
That's fine. I'm going to impose a
Oh.
-10, I was going to say, but fuck it, whatever.
Sorry.
Okay.
I literally clicked it as you said. I'm going.
Well, it doesn't matter what modifier he'd impose on it, you'd have passed as exactly as you did.
Right, you skewer the beast through its torso with a crossbow bolt, and you hear a terrible bleating noise as it releases one of the prisoners it had a grip on to instead fall to its cloven knees, howling as it clutches at the bolt embedded in its stomach. Bup, 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 bup. Siegfried.
I can't move any further without getting a better view. Without going into the swamp.
Without
so
going
I'll
into the swamp, no.
target that one then.
Okay.
Do I get an advantage for shooting at a surprise person? I don't actually know.
+10.
Then
Well, I get advantage for hitting.
Oh my god.
One plus SL blaze conditions, so 11 blaze conditions.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna test this if it works. So I've got here. Oh, you're already doing it.
I've already
manually.
done it. Yeah.
I'm just gonna try this to see if it works as I expect, as I'm hoping it. So it sent you a request to apply the effect. Has that actually worked
Nope,
properly?
nothing has come up.
Shucks. Oh well. At least I know it doesn't work then.
You strike with such precision and skill that the creature bursts into flames, howling as it screams into the night. The nearby beastmen also catch fire from the eruption of flames.
Ah, yeah! It's awful, that, isn't it?
This beastman burns to death. As it collapses to the
17
ground in
wounds
front of
from the
Alphys.
burn. Oh no, that one.
Yeah, the other
Oh
one.
god.
The one.
Okay, the surprise round is now over. Alphys lets out a battle cry in Elvish as he steps up to support his lord and master, the fucking renegade Antares, as he comes up to attack
And
the young
Siegfried
girl.
takes the first kill.
Oh god, he's not doing well though.
Did you apply?
Oh, actually, I didn't
modifier for
apply
outbreak?
his modifier, so he'll take that again. Because
should
he
be a
needs to
plus
have
20.
a plus 20. So it should be that.
See, I help
19
my party
damage.
sometimes.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking
Holy
hell.
shit!
Oh my god!
Critical hit. Brutal
Oh my
dismemberment. Death!
Oh my god.
Death! Wounds. Death.
With an elvish battle cry, Althus literally just chops the Ungor in half. Jesus Christ.
Yes, Master. It's okay, Master. I'm here to help.
El Susurrador!
Master has given Dobby a sword.
Dobby is a violent elf!
And so, my friend, I believe our
Dobby
dance-
wants to genocide Peaceman!
Ah.
Oh lord!
I'm afraid this dance is coming to an end, my bestial friend. Too slow, you're just too slow.
Don't forget to gain more advantage as you deftly dodge and weave around the Ungors, around the gore, sorry, its flailing swings of its large axe as it bellows in rage. Antorius, you have a burning Ungor and a human on the floor next to you. He is struggling in the muck.
Catch fire.
His hands are bound with rope.
I'm gonna deal with the threats first. There's no point to unbind them right now. So I'm gonna bounce over this way and kill this one that's right here next to him.
Okay.
Nice.
Pulled
Pulled
back.
Pulled it back.
As you skewer the Ungor through the back of its spine, as it thrashes while on fire, it gurgles wetly and collapses to the ground in front of you.
Okay. So I move there, and I can want to. I'll go move over here. Right here.
Okay.
With the rest of my movement, so I can help Ruiz.
Yeah. What is that burning Ungor standing in front of?
Which burning Ungor?
One that's actually got 11 burns.
It's standing in front of a human.
Alright. I'm just wondering what's causing...
Oh, sorry, there's a large
minus
tree. There's a large tree.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to know.
It is Erwin's turn, once again.
Okay. God, there's a lot of dead Ungor. I'm gonna move a little closer here.
Okay. If you move more than 2 squares, please make an athletics test.
I'm just gonna move exactly 2 squares. And I guess is this fella here bound in any way?
This is Althus.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Jesus.
There's a dude here. He is bound.
Yeah, I'll need to move a
Get
little
your whips
closer.
out on him there.
How many athletics? How much do I need to make to get?
It is an average athletics test.
Okay, let's see if I can do it.
As a success, you can move through the marshland without hindrance.
Now, is he bound or fettered in any way? I see
He
there's
is
a
tied by the
ring
wrists with a heavily bound rope. He is very emaciated and looks like he has several lacerations on his skin from where he has been presumably abused or tortured in some way. He stares up at you with scared eyes, seemingly terrified of anything, including you.
Your life ended before capture. It'll begin again soon. I'm gonna slash his ropes and try to get him out of here.
Really wondered where you were going with that for a moment.
Okay, make a average of your choice. Charm, Intimidate, or Leadership.
Don't go with charm. We all know how that'll end.
To leadership. And it's what is it? Challenging? Average?
Average.
Nice.
The man looks like he's about to panic and bolt like a frightened hare, but as you speak to him, he pauses for a moment, just long enough to realize, maybe in his frightened state, maybe you're not a threat. He looks at the fighting gore behind him, and then he quickly scrambles to his feet and runs to get behind you and Alphys.
Okay, cool. With him back there, do I have time to do anything
I'll
else?
consider that your action, but you can continue to move.
Can I move with him?
If you want to, yeah.
Yeah,
Behind Alphys.
Let's just get him behind Alphys and try to get him toward the boat.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, Romolo.
I am gonna make a very brave run to the edge of the fucking thing, and that is my. I'm not fucking around here.
What?
There
we go.
Does that count as being in the swamp? Or...
No, you're fine. You're
okay.
good.
Right. I am going to take. I'm going to leave my heavy crossbow on the boat.
Okay.
And draw my crossbow pistol,
Okay.
as that is much easier to reload. And I'm going to shoot the one that's next to Ruiz.
So it is engaged in melee with Ruiz. So I think there is some kind of negative penalty.
It's a -10, and if he misses, he hits Ruiz.
Thank you, Ben.
I believe it's fine.
Oh my god, you do believe.
Zero stress, boys.
Okay. How does your crossbow bolt kill the giant gore?
It actually missed and hits the tree, rebounding and slamming it in the end of the eyeball.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Does
It was that-
spray Ruiz in an excessive amount of blood?
No, instead an eyeball pops out. Its other eyeball pops out and just kind of bounces.
It doesn't make any sense. But let's take it anyway. Sure. It staggers back, clutching wildly at its skewered eye as it falls back in a heap, squirming and moaning on the floor as it bleeds and dies.
Signora, why are you stealing my kills?
Take out the big one. Take out the big one, Ruiz.
Typical Tillian tactics.
Hold on.
He says quietly, pushing the one-armed elf into the big one.
As the largest gore, seeing its warband being butchered, lets out a brutal, ferocious scream of rage. Everybody who is within 3 squares of the gore, please make a challenging willpower test. Cool test, sorry.
Is that me? I can't quite see where the gore is.
You are indeed, yes. You are within 3. Erwin is not. It's only Antarius and Ruiz, yeah.
God damn it.
Lee!
I'm gonna fortune point that shit. I don't even fucking care.
Okay, if you want.
Live your lives.
Oh my god, whatever.
Run to
Dark deal,
the
dark deal.
hills.
No.
If only there
I
was
don't wanna-
someone who could help you.
As the
That's what you get for pushing the one-handed elf into the way.
as the gore bellows in ferocious rage, you feel a sudden primal fear creep into your mind. If you have failed your cool test, please take a fear condition.
Is this the last gore left?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, is this the one that's on fire?
Do I still have?
You can't see it.
Stone pellets?
Okay.
There's 2 that's still left, but one will die as soon as he.
You do, I believe, still have the warp stone.
Great.
If I'm not mistaken.
Wait, we still got that shit.
Do also remember there's an highest note that makes Lorne look lenient.
Mm-hmm.
But he's an elf, you know?
Well, he's an elf.
Okay.
It's legal for me to have these things.
The beast raises its hammer. It looks down at the cowering Antarius as he starts to back away, and then its red eyes gleaming, it turns and looks at Althus. Lowering its head, it charges towards him.
Yes, I can see it.
That was also my reaction.
Oh.
And it's in range.
Okay, so he has gained advantage.
How armored is?
We mentioned this a couple of times.
I imagine a lot,
so you
mate.
might already be aware.
The hell?
But a couple of
Uh-oh. Alphas.
So Althus takes a bit of damage there. The beast also skewers him with its horns.
My boy.
Not his
then
right
we're going to
arm.
Shut up.
We can't let him have a matching injury to Antarius.
Oh, he's succeeded in defending himself as Althus is hammered by the mighty beast, and it continues to rampage, hammering at his shield, and he cowers behind it as he is blasted with ferocious attacks from the large monster. This fucking mutant.
So that's a
I'm pretty sure it's fucking dead.
Yeah.
I mean, it is at the end of the turn though, so it can make one dying action.
It is roasted to death.
Siegfried the Bright Wizard.
Apparently, yeah.
I make right
Speaking of,
well, I can see this guy here. How armored is he?
quite heavily armored, yes.
In that
It does
case,
have quite a lot of gear.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Do I go for the armor-piercing arrows or not? I think the burning one was so effective. I think I'll go with that again.
That's Alphas on
Don't
fire.
forget, it's in combat with Alphas.
Yep.
Oh, hang on a minute. People are on fire. Where's Kurt?
So in the
Drop
privy.
that down. Oh, and he can't dodge it either. And that's 7 burning conditions applied, isn't it? Or is it 8 because it's 1 plus?
1 plus SL blaze conditions. Yep. I need to do it in here.
Remember, DM, he can use his action to try and put out some of the fire.
Yep, it's fine. As the
He's in a mask. I'll just duck and roll.
Duck and roll means he'd be prone whilst there's an elf screaming bloody murder.
Better than dying, definitely.
Does he die
Althus,
trying to kill the elf?
Althus tries to fight back.
Okay, so Alphas fucks unless in boss battles.
Apparently so.
Well, that's why he's a minion.
Ruiz seduces gore.
Right.
There are two humans. One is a woman, one is a man. Both look to be in their mid to late 30s. They are still bound and are trying to scramble away from the flaming corpses of the dead beastmen.
Antarius, you have a companion, Pyromaniac. Did you say those
Oh,
corpses
this
were
guy's
still burning?
alive too, is he?
No, he is dead.
Okay. Alright,
Did you say the corpses were still burning, or are they extinguished now?
They are still
By
burning.
falling? Did Ruiz just walk over them?
He's fine.
Okay.
He should make an athletics test though. Average. Do not include your advantage, of course. Yep, you're fine. No problem.
Did you apply your plus 20 for outnumbering and plus 10 for flanking?
to be honest, I mistyped it anyway, so...
Take it again.
so it
Don't
should
think
be-
he is flanking though. He needs to be behind it.
Oh, you can be flanking from the side, you get plus 10. If you're from behind it, you get plus 20.
In addition to
okay.
outnumbering.
In addition to outnumbering, yes.
Okay.
So it's very bad if you're outnumbering someone.
Okay.
That do it?
Yep. Hang on. It has succeeded in fending you off, but you still inflict the critical.
Oh!
Oh, fuck! Oh my god.
Wow,
He
you
is
just
going
fucked him
to use a point of armor to absorb that.
Ooh,
Nice choice.
that was brutal.
3 bleeding, 3 blinded, 2 stunned conditions.
Yeah,
Who's the eye
that's pretty savage. My god.
I'm actually surprised that wasn't killed with that roll. I
Uh,
think if he'd rolled 1 point higher, that would have been a decapitation.
yeah, quite possibly, actually. Yeah.
A roll of 96 to 100.
Ruiz does unfortunately lose his advantage, as he has lost the test, however. So your skewering blow cuts right into the creature's iron-wrought, kind of mangled together helmet/mask thing, as you breach the armor and a piece of it clangs away, dropping to the ground as it staggers back in alarm. Antarius.
Alright, I'm gonna try to move to it, but I have to pass a challenging cold test if I want to do that. If
You
I
do.
fail, I get broken or whatever.
No, if you fail, you just can't attack it.
No, I
Or
get
move
broken.
any closer.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he does not have any fortune points.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's if it comes closer to you, which it
Oh,
hasn't.
that's-
So you're actually
Okay.
okay. You just can't move towards it. You have to move away from it.
Alright, well, seeing that I can't move to this thing because I'm too fucking scared, I decide I like living, and I instead free the person in front of me.
Okay. You bend down to help the woman who is currently trying to scramble away in fear from the large rampaging gore that is currently violent. Large on fire rampaging gore that is currently headbutting Althus. She looks
I
up at
cut
you
her-
in terrified fear, and she scrambles behind you as you cut her free.
Alright. And I'll start leading her back to the ship, like we got to stay here. It's too dangerous. you
Okay,
know,
that's fine.
so that's about as far as I can move right there.
Okay.
So
Owen.
Erwin.
Hold on, once my fucking Steam overlay gets out of the way. I don't care that someone's playing Apex Legends, thank you.
It's me.
Erwin is gonna do something cool with his brand new magic license, or I'm gonna shoot myself in the head, okay? I'll chew a little sliver of that warp stone. I still have the
Does
pellets. I
everyone
think I
see
have
him
like
do the warp
4
stone?
of them.
Or is he doing it subtly?
I'm gonna slip it in my mouth subtly.
Okay, make a easy stealth test. I doubt anyone's really going to be paying much attention to you right now.
Except the dude you just bit.
Did you know that stealth is a skill of mine?
Yep, no problem. No one notices.
Okay. How much can I say?
When you
that
say
reasonably
no
boosts
one,
my
I did like to point out I've got 6 sense and no.
No one!
That was astounding, my dude.
It was an astounding success. No one
Even if
noticed.
you've been watching him, Fox Eyes.
You could have literally been watching him the
knowing-
whole time and you wouldn't have noticed. He
No matter
did
what
you a
talent you had.
bamboozle.
It went from hand to mouth, like farm to table.
I
Super
mean, to
fast.
be honest, like I just zoomed in on him. Who would
Yeah, okay,
want
so
to watch
if
like
you
the
make a
exact-
test, you can double the SL.
Okay.
Doesn't he have to test? For
You do need to make a average cool test.
Okay. Oh, come on now.
Corruption! Gain 1 point of chaos corruption.
That's fine. We're at 6 out of 7, but it's whatever.
And this is where you fucking fail anyway.
This doubles the SL.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So I can flat cast, we'll do the math ourselves. Yeah.
Yep. In fact, I'm pretty sure it gives you the option to use, if you click cast, you can tick malignant influence.
Yeah.
And that should, I think, make it double your SL.
And it also means that anyone hit by the spell has to suffer corruption as well.
Don't fucking miss.
How bright is it? How bright
I
is it
think
where
you
we're
and
at?
me it should be safe.
Sure.
Say again?
That's what you think.
How bright is it where we're at?
Fairly dark. It's fairly dim. It's very
So-
early morning.
Would you say we're out
Also,
of
you're
sunlight?
shooting at the guy in fire.
I would not say you are out of sunlight. No.
Hmm.
No, there is still visibility from sunlight. It is very early morning.
Okay. Doubling the SL, that passes.
What are you casting there? Shadow Steed. Okay. So what does that do?
Summons a horse.
Draws from the shadow of the bogs, a shadowy steed. Its unnatural flesh is black as midnight. At times it appears both solid and insubstantial. If it's sufficiently out of sunlight, it gets a bunch of traits. It's ethereal, magical, painless, causes fear, and has ward saves.
Yeah, okay, screw it, why not? I'll say that can qualify. I mean, it's very early in the morning, so why not? There's barely any sunlight. That looks fine. Yeah, okay, alright, so you summon that.
Steed coagulates from the shadows of the bog, and it fucking storms the Beastman, actually. First to trample over him.
Okay,
Okay, it's turn this.
do I even have something I can use for that? Well, we can spawn a horse, lol.
It's so big.
I mean, it
can,
is a horse.
We can spawn a horse and we can give it the traits. Give it that. Give it ethereal. Give it magical. Give it painless. Give it stealthy. Give it stride. Give it feel 1. Give it ward +9. Okay. Okay, we have a shadow steed.
It's a fucking
Okay.
horse, boy.
In fact, can I ride it while we do this?
Yeah, I see no reason why not.
No, let's do that. Let's mount
Yeah,
all
okay.
that. Just charge this beastman fucker.
So, can we set you to... If we go combat, and then we go to this section here for actors, we drag horse into mount. Okay, you should now be mounted on horse.
I like the fucking idea that you just rescued this dude from like the flaming monster things, and just this horse appears, and you're like, yo.
Yeah, you now look like the Grim Reaper to these guys, don't you?
Yeah. Okay. So
Maybe.
you are now riding the horse. Sure.
Okay, we're gonna charge the beastman.
Okay. That's yeah. That's fine. So I'll have the horse do an attack on it.
You need to pass a ride test to make the horse attack.
He does, I believe,
I
but
do,
you
yeah.
do so with a bonus of plus 20.
You
So
have
just
the
roll
ride
it as
skill.
so just roll it as an average, or
Yeah.
yeah, wizard gets ride actually. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He does indeed. Yeah, roll it as an average. That's fine.
What the fuck, man? These dice suck today. These dice suck today.
You summon horse. You get on horse. Horse stares at you like, what do you want from me?
I don't care. It's funny enough. I'm going to let it attack anyway. Let's see what happens.
With me screaming, "Oh, too fast!"
I'm gonna give this man a good opportunity. However, there's going to be a consequence for this. Let's see what happens.
Please tell me the horse catches fire.
So, worth mentioning, that's a spell from the lore of Shadow. So, rules is written, all spells that inflict damage, they ignore all non-magical armor.
Non-magical arm points.
Spell.
Okay.
So,
The horse is.
I don't care.
Does,
I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't give a shit.
it is a spell. It's like a magical creature with ethereal and all that.
So that's okay. That's fine. So it'll ignore non-magical armor. That's fine. All right. So it rides through the gore, trampling it as it moves violently. And as the beast goes charging forward, you lose your grip on the shadowy reins, and it bucks you from the harness as you go flying and suffer 3 wounds, ignoring toughness and armor, unless you pass a hard athletics test.
Trickfoot, don't fail me now. Fuck.
Suffer 3 wounds as you go trumpling into the marshland face first, as the gore is trampled and suffers pretty significant damage actually, and also loses its advantage, which it had stacked up. It had stacked up quite a lot of that.
It should have lost 1 point of it because it was outnumbered.
Yeah, well, it's gone anyway now.
Yeah.
Romolo.
I shoot. I score.
Plunk.
I do not do very well.
Yep, your crossbow bolt plinks off of the creature's armoured hide as it continues to thrash as it is onslaughted by a lot of people at once.
I watch it burn.
Gore
I am
time!
not very effective here.
Gore time! Okay, it doesn't have enough advantage to disengage, so it just has to keep fighting. Okay, it's going to turn and violently swing its weapon at Ruiz here as it goes thrashing with its large axe.
So neither of them have advantage, do they?
Dum, dum, dum.
Ooh.
Come on, you've got this. You've got this, Ruiz.
Come on, Gore.
What?
What? Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, big boy Ruiz.
burn
Yeah,
to
gain
a
No. This
Gain
will
a
not
point
be
of
me.
advantage.
You are far too slow.
The beast follows up with its large horns, bleating angrily as it attempts to bludgeon you. Rolled a 1. Oh no!
Oh no. Reroll. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no no!
Fuck deal.
Hey!
Okay, alright. Yep. Right, so that is a success. With a dark deal. Okay, yep, you
My eyes haze over.
you continue to avoid the onslaught of blows as the creature burns for quite a lot of damage. But it is still not dead.
Oh, it's still not dead.
Nope.
The big boy.
Seeing that it's still burning away quite nicely, but that it's got a lot of armor, I'm swapping to the armor-piercing arrows, and I'm gonna shoot it.
Okay.
Are you fucking Hawkeye? What's going on here?
I have a lot of advantage. And I have a really good bow. What?
Took off half the armor piercing.
It's got a lot of toughness.
Frigging. Heck, that's tough.
As another bolt slams into the beast, it lets out another ferocious roar as it staggers backwards.
Oh no. Antos. Go on, Alphas. You're fucked, yes?
I can't believe this monster hasn't taken any morale damage for fighting whilst on.
Nah, it's a god, mate.
I can't believe Ruiz and Atlas haven't scared by this monster fighting on fire.
Did Alpha, oh no, Alpha's got more hurt there.
Anybody with either Sixth Sense or Ethereal Sight, make a hard perception test, please.
Oh, my opposed perception.
Looks like Interior's pass.
Oh, that
Yeah.
with your advantage as well, Ruby.
Antarius is the only one who succeeded. Antarius, you can see that the brown wind of magic flows around the figure of this large gore.
Oh,
Which one's brown? Is that poop magic?
Poo magic.
Beast.
The winds of Gur.
oh no. Stricken with fear, I stay even further away.
And Ruiz, have you done your action? No, you have not.
It's going to rape him. So we're outnumbering him still, aren't we?
You are.
I could actually just move around to
Move
here.
there. You have a plus 40.
Atlas. Hang on. Mind.
So it's the modifier of 40 now.
Yep. On top of your advantage. Woohoo! Oh god!
Oh!
You damage it, but As you skew, unless can you absorb? Do you have any armor?
It has to be armor on his head as well.
I have a shirt.
You don't have a helmet.
I don't have any armor.
You do not have a helmet because you are a pretty boy who, like in Hollywood, doesn't wear a fucking helmet. Okay. Alright, yeah, so as you dance behind the gore and skewer it in the back, it turns and violently headbutts you.
Wait, I can hear police sirens. Is Kern in the chat now?
No, that's actually
Yeah.
the stupid
Sorry,
fucking...
lads.
Oh my god, he actually is as well! Oh, that's really funny. No, because it came from me. No, that's it's a fire station outside. That's funny. Welcome, Kern Schaefer. You are late. We have been in the middle of a fight. The guys have travelled and are currently on their way towards Kemperbad. So, Ruiz, you've take 2 wounds and gain 1 stunned condition.
There's also a new pyromaniac to the group.
And as
You
that
are-
happens, you hear the flush of the toilet.
I mean, you don't want to go outside. There's people on fire outside. So.
Oh god, yeah, you're terrified of that.
Okay, Antarius, can you make an average cool test for me, please?
Yeah.
I like the idea that if this was a film, it would just cut between this death fight outside, and then like Antares walk. Sorry, and then Kern.
You have managed to overcome your fear.
Okay. Did it fully heal up?
That is very strange. I don't know why it's done that. It should not have. I don't know why the gore just like reset for some reason.
Yeah.
That's what the hell?
That's
That's really fucking weird. What?
The winds of gore flow strong in this.
The winds of gore flow strong. Apparently, it's more powerful than me. I can't do anything. What? What is going on here? Hang on a minute.
Well, shall we say that was the magic egg?
Oh god!
Right,
There's
delete
another one.
that one. Replace him with. I don't know why he like suddenly. Yeah, I don't know. The winds of chaos possessed him, and he was like, "No, fuck you. I'm at full HP, and there's nothing you can do about it."
Have I only missed this fight?
There's a few other bits, but
yeah.
I'm sure you can catch up.
So we missed a bit of trade and this fight. That's about it.
Alright.
Thank God.
Overcoming my fear, I tell the woman I was escorting to stay here. I decide to rush forward and try to help Alphys.
Okay,
Oh,
My boy.
you're gonna have a plus 60 hit.
Plus 60?
Yeah, including your
Yeah.
charge. Well, as well as your charge, sorry.
Why plus 60?
Because
you're
you're
not
outnumbering 3 to 1, and you're also flanking.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be a plus 50?
I'm giving
Yeah,
it plus 60.
Okay.
oh, okay. Please tell me you have a fortune point.
Oh my fucking!
no, I
he
don't.
does not. No, he does not.
Dark healing. Dark healing.
Oh my
I,
god!
I basically run forward and I trip spectacularly, and like I just tumble right in front of the fucking gore. I'm like, this is why I don't do this.
There's
Attack, but you miss it and you get burnt by his fiery.
well, I'm looking at the whoops table here, and it's saying you capture part of your anatomy. But I'm not sure whether
Yeah.
it's saying you caught a part of your anatomy or you caught a part of your anatomy.
Oh my god, he fumbles too. Oh my god. And here he can't move.
Oh my god!
Antarius still hit as well.
You go bumbling through the fucking through the marsh, bump into him, cut yourself on his horn, and you both fall over.
Sounds like your lads need your captain.
Oh my god.
It's like some Scooby-Doo stuff.
So is everyone prone now? Because they've been thrown off a horse, What, tripped and fell?
Erwin
Oh, yeah,
is
am I-
prone, actually, yes.
Wait, horses? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
There were horses involved, yes.
What happened to the horse? Shouldn't it still be about?
It has dissipated.
It
Oh, okay.
dissipates. It dissipates in the morning sun. So presumably that was like its fleeting moment to exist.
Okay.
Also, its rider just ate a face full of fetid swamp water. But he can get to his feet and move over if he so wishes. Otherwise, he can just stand there and think about his life choices.
Did you say drunk some swamp water?
Oh God!
Flux
No,
Welcome to the privy dimension.
please no.
I'm sure the swamp water is safer than this. Not by much, mind, but
You
still
want to take
safer.
him over it.
20 years later, Arwen goes on his 60th rant that week to some apprentice about having to shit on this trip. I guess I'll pass myself off and get over it. Actually, were there more prisoners?
There is one other prisoner.
Let's see to him.
Okay, for sake of moving the narrative forward, at this point, the Beastman has lost its next turn. I'm pretty sure the group of you will be able to put it down. So
It's
we're going to
not
say
lost
that
its next turn, it just lost its move. It can still attack.
we're just going to move forward.
Probably not effectively.
We're just going to move on. So
I wanted to use my great axe.
between
Please tell me
Ruiz,
first,
Althus, and Antarius, you cover it in stabs as you finally put the writhing monster down, and it burns to a crisp on the floor.
I wonder if the fire did more damage to it than most other things.
Probably not.
I know, you're going to check your DPS meter.
Check your recount. The Beastmen have been defeated, slain one and all, as their rotting corpses sink into the festering mire. The three prisoners you have rescued have all by this point started scrambling towards the Bogenharper. You have here two men, one in his early 20s, one in his late 30s, and a woman also in her late 30s.
Is one of them whittled?
No.
Ah, okay.
Not that you'd know, because you don't know who he is.
Well, I don't know who he is, I made him.
And see
Yeah,
if
Ruiz
there's
doesn't know
anything
this.
valuable on them, and if I can salvage any of my armor.
You're going to try and pat them down for loot?
Yes! And after I've finished patting them down for loot, I'll decapitate them and take their heads back, hopefully so I can turn them into a bounty hunter.
I can't even tell if that's sarcasm.
Or I would have thought the Empire would have had a bounty in some of the small towns for killing beastmen that raid them.
Wait, I thought you were talking about the people.
Oh, no!
You were just like, I'm going to loot these guys and I'm going to cut their heads off. Okay, sure. You set about the grisly business of decapitating. Can you guys remind me who was an advocate for going to rescue them on the Bogan Harbour? I think it was Erwin, Ruiz, and Renate, if I'm not mistaken.
I was saying that if there's loot, I'd go, and it would be a good idea.
Right.
If there wasn't much loot, then it would be pointless.
Okay.
I didn't care.
Yeah. Okay. Erwin and Ruiz can both lose 1 point of chaos corruption.
Nice.
Cool.
As the
I
group.
love how you're treating Ruiz as a player character. Oh, hang on. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Rip.
Wow. It's fat talk from Luke Goblin over here.
Ah, yes. However, we all need to test for corruption. Please, all of you, attempt to resist a corrupting influence.
Badly. Oh.
Is this just a 0?
Just click the resist button.
And it is 0 modifier.
Ha.
I'm going to use a fortune point.
Okay.
Am I still stunned?
Just click the resist button again, and if you succeed,
Yeah.
just take one off. You are no longer stunned, no. No.
Oh.
Devastating.
Actually, Romola, you... Oh, no, you didn't stay on the boat. Okay, never mind.
No, I could get off.
You did get off.
Fortunately.
Okay. Alright. So, does Siegfried go through and start decapitating all the bodies?
After patting them down for loot first.
Right, okay. In which case, you find 16 shillings on the bodies of the mutants that you loot. And as you go through and decapitate them, please make an average cool test.
Come on. You can survive this.
You acquire a large number of grisly trophies. Gain 1 point of chaos corruption.
Roll that.
You can re-roll if you wish. Okay. In which case you still have a group of grisly trophies, but you don't gain chaos corruption.
You.
As the group of you make your way back to the
Did
Bergen
any of them
Harbour.
have weapons that looked usable by human and in adequate condition?
Most of them are in very scrappy and rough condition. There isn't really any valuables here that you can salvage.
Okay. So I've already got everything then.
Filling up Lydia with.
I'm going to begrudgingly hand 4 silver to Romolo.
Thank you, Sin.
While the world map loads, I'm going to get a drink.
So,
Yeah,
someone
I'm just
fill me
gonna-
in. What,
I'm just going to step away too.
What went down?
So, long story short, we after kidnapping Lady Assault, we then left the city as quickly as possible. When we were leaving, we got harassed by a dock guard who Siegfried managed to knock down by essentially making him pay out of his own paycheck. Knock down the price of leaving to 2.5 shillings. In doing to do this, he used your writ of passage for the Empire thing for the money from Kempen, whatever it's called. As we then continued down, we picked up some more supplies and some more iron. Unfortunately, the ship's coffers were not quite large enough to pay for that on their own. So the ship now owes Siegfried some money in order to pay off the initial kind of gambling loans, I guess, whatever.
So I owe Siegfried money.
Well, the ship owes Siegfried money.
Okay. Oh, ship funds, right? Cool.
Yeah.
I need to fucking hash this out, man. I
Yeah.
was just role playing it, and then people actually playing business with it, and I'm like, gee, okay.
Then, as we continued down the river, we saw this strange beastman staring at us. We tried to take a shot at it, however, we then realised there was a whole band of them behind. I then shot it in the head, and
Was it Whittle?
there was a... No, it was not Whittle. A bunch of beastmen with some prisoners. So we then decided to attack the beastmen, or rather, most of the crew voted, and some of us didn't care enough.
So
we took on the beastmen, killed them all, and now it's kind of that's the point we're at now. So we've just killed those beastmen, rescued those 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman.
speaking of, as you make your way, or as a group, back to the Bergen Harbour, Alphys is clutching a few bruises that he's suffered from the beast man. These 3 not prisoners, well, ex-prisoners, maybe still prisoners, guess we'll find out, are herded onto the Bergen Harbour. The old man, older man, looks at you all and nods his head in shivering appreciation. He still seems quite shaken up. Thank you. Oh, I thought we were all done for. I really thought that was the end. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know what they would have done to us.
Can I put my hand on his shoulder and say, "My friend, where are you from?"
My name is Godric Fellhauser. This is my wife, Inga, and my nephew, Simon. I was born in Ackern originally, but I work in Kemperbed. I'm a woodsman by trade.
A woodsman, eh? Do you have any skill as a carpenter?
Well, but I'm not sure. His wife, Inga, as she's been introduced, steps forward and eyes you all for a moment and says, "I don't know where you're all going, but if you can take us back to Kemperbad, we'll reward you."
What can you reward us with?
We don't have much, but we do have some savings. The money that we were going to spend on Simon's education before he came up with this stupid idea. She glowers across at the younger man, who eyes them all with a frown.
You said you were a woodworker. You wouldn't happen to have experience...
You wouldn't happen to have any experience.
You wouldn't happen to have any experience, would you?
Are you experienced, baby?
You like to work with wood?
How good he was shared.
It's different wood he works with than yours, Ruiz.
I mean, don't even start with that rhyme, hello. Play to play with me, little weak goblin like you.
Also, yeah, Jen, we didn't hear what you said after experience, that's why we were joking.
Oh, sorry. I was asking if you experienced at working with siege weapons or boats.
That's a really weirdly specific question, sir. No.
At this
What
point,
was... Oh, God.
Cup would step out from his quarters.
Yeah, you step out, finishing wiping your ass.
Some toilet paper stuck actually.
Because he comes out with 3 blankets and said one of them was wiped on, so... and hands them over to the 3 prisoners.
Sorry, my lady, what was Simon intending to learn?
He was supposed to be studying medicine in Altdorf.
Medicine, you say?
Yeah, that's right.
Have you done any background reading, sir? Are you prepared?
Simon eyes you for a moment awkwardly. Yeah, I was training. I had to. We had to go to Altdorf to because that's where the school is.
So we
told you about this school.
And who are you learning under in Altdorf?
He glances at his parents shiftily.
Not
his parents, sorry. Well, his relatives shiftily, who eye him expectantly. He says, I got invited by a tutor at the school, you see. So we were on the way up there because my relatives, they came with me, and well, as you saw, we got captured on the road.
A tutor by the name of?
He never told me his name.
He never told you his name?
No.
How were you to meet him?
He said he'd meet me at the school.
He'd meet you at the school?
Yeah.
He conveyed that message how? Did he write you a letter?
Yeah, he wrote me a letter.
And did he sign his name on the letter?
No.
Young man?
As he's talking, I'd like to pull on my ear and stare at him significantly.
As Romolo does this, he glances at you for a moment, seeing the gesture, but he does nothing.
Ah, okay. Never mind.
Kurt, this one's important.
Right, so what have we got here? Woodworker, my parent, doctor, medic.
Simon, why is this man asking such weirdly pertinent questions of you? I don't know. I don't know, Mum. I don't know. I don't know. He seems shifty.
Simon, some of us were injured in rescuing you and your family. Why don't you practice your craft on those with the?
Well, I'm not qualified yet. I'm meant to be learning.
Settle down. Look, here's the situation. You need to get to Kemperbad. Just so happens we are travelling there. You said you'll reward us on the way there, so as you've nothing to give us now,
Well, sir, I ain't got much, but I've got some saving. I can give you. I've got a gold crown. If you can get us home, I'll give you that.
Well, let's speak on that when we get you home. First of all, well, you see, my crew here also were victims of beastmen, and I'd like to offer the same conditions as I did to them to you. So, on the way to Kempabad, how about your man can help right the ship if any leakages, or if the carbuncle's buckled. Madame, you can cook the meal. You can cook our meals, and your son, nephew, cousin, he can,
Can't make an average leadership test. Actually, you can make your choice of charm or leadership.
Can I assist him with a charm test?
No.
If he decides to go for that.
Not in this case.
Charm and leadership are the same.
Yeah, either or, your choice.
Alright, what is it, an average?
Average. Godric and his wife look at each other for a moment, and they talk for a little bit, discussing the matter. Before eventually they come back and they say, well, I suppose, to be fair, we ain't got too many prospects in Kempabad these days. It's why I was willing to spend my savings on Simon's education. I thought maybe that'd get us a better life, I guess that dream's a bit dashed now, but I think if we can make ourselves useful to you, then, well, you know what? That sounds all right to me. My wife, she's a good cuck. She can look after you lot.
A good cuck.
I was gonna say this. She's a
Cook, you mean? My man, don't say that.
Boy, my wife is a cuckold.
My wife's a cuckold.
See that stallion though? He's already banging her up. But we came from Altdorf. It's it's not as good time, not great times up there. So you're not missing out much. Luckily, you can. I'll show you until we get to Camp Bad. You'll have a good place on this ship if you work for it.
Well, look, if I can earn my way back to Kempabad, at the very least we can, drop off Simon, and then, well, maybe we can talk, because it's not like there's much work for me back there, to be honest.
That sounds like a great idea.
I mean, if you do, normally these trading vessels, they're not too comfy, what with having women on board, so it kind of makes it difficult when you've got a family. But well, me and Inga, we'd been trying for years, but never happened. That's why we look after Simon now, after his mum and dad passed. But
it is simply a question of time. Just keep trying.
Well, I don't know about that, sir. With all respect.
Would you like me to have a go?
Well,
what?
Let's get the boat underway in case there's more
It's
business about.
There's different customs over there.
Sense of humor. It's a joke.
He's a medic. He means to an examine, but that's a bit awkward now. My men saved your life. You repay us by working on the ship, and we'll decide what happens after Kempabad.
All right. Yeah, that sounds good for me.
Oswald to come talk to you, and he'll give you the rundown of the ship. He's also somewhat of a carpenter.
Oswald soon presents himself, and nodding along, he takes Godric off to familiarise him with the ship, as well as Inga, leaving you with Simon.
Simon, the medical student.
Why is he so important, Owen?
Because he's a cultist.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And he's being remanded into my custody.
Dress him down. See what's on him.
What? Wait! Look! If you don't like me for whatever reason, right? I'll just get off. All right? I'll just go.
No. I do like you. I like you because you represent an inroad to a problem of ours, and I would like for you to stay here, and I would like for you to cooperate, and you would like to continue on your way to med school. Yeah.
Look, I just need to get to Altdorf. All right? Look, I don't need no trouble. I don't want trouble.
Well, if you don't want trouble, you could tell us who you're meeting there.
I told you I don't know his name. Oh,
And how do you not know his name if you received a letter from him?
Because it was just signed by the school.
And the school was? Can you name the school?
Do you have the letter on you?
Do you have the letter?
No.
Catch. No, because there's no letter, right?
Look. Why does it matter to you anyway?
It matters to me because it's my business.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
not-
are to meet... Let's see... Shot in the dark. His name is Ernst, yeah?
The man attempts to jump overboard.
I'm gonna grab him. I'm gonna grab him. Straight there. Quick reactions.
Okay, sure. Can you make for me, please? You can have your choice of either average intuition or challenging agility.
Oh, okay, let's do the maths. Introduction is 40. What do you have on agility?
60 or...
And agility
Whatever.
29. So yeah, we're going to take like intuition.
Okay.
Nice.
Ruiz can see the rabbit look in the man's eyes before he bolts, and he's already moving as the man turns to run towards the freeboard, and Ruiz tackles him and pins him against the side of the ship.
Okay, now you'll be going no
Fuck!
further.
Fuck!
I think-
Get off me! Get off me!
Right, innocent men don't
Okay,
run.
listen. This is
Pardon
really
me?
important for your survival. You can come here and cooperate with us, or we hand you to witch hunters.
No, I've done nothing wrong. I've done nothing wrong. I'm just a medical student.
Oh, witch hunters it is then. You'll be fine under their jurisdiction, I'm sure.
You know, witch hunters don't just go after you, they go after your family as well. So not telling us you're in danger and, you know...
I'm gonna saunter over because I've been hanging at the back for a little bit. I'm just gonna saunter over and say, gentlemen, you're clearly pressuring this gentleman. He just needs a minute to breathe. Is that not so, sir?
Yeah.
Take a seat with. Come take a seat with Romulo. It is fine.
He'll sit up on his lap.
Yeah,
You sit on
I'll
his
just-
lap.
And I'll just whisper in his ear and go, "The purple hand moves. It is simple, good sir. They do not know who I am. You are going to meet Ernst, yes? Do you have a letter for him?"
I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you?
I was recruited by whatever her fucking name was. Atalka? Was that her name? Anybody?
Is it?
Not Isolde.
Talka Hertzen.
Yeah, I was recruited by Atalka.
Romulo, make a average intuition test, please.
Intuition. Aha, that is a great skill I have. Aha, I will roll it again.
Okay, so you realize that the narrative that you're feeding him isn't working, but you recognize why. It's not because you mentioned Ernst Hiedelman. He clearly recognizes the name, and you saw that he recognized the name by the way that he looked at you. It was the purple hand that he didn't recognize. And that's why he doesn't believe you, and that's why he's not trusting you.
If you prefer, my friend, I could push you into contact with the Red Crown, if that is preferable to you. But we are working together nowadays.
I don't... You're all purple hand cultists, aren't you? That's what you are! Fuck!
No, you fool. They are purple hand cultists. I've infiltrated this group. This is what I tried to say. Were you not listening?
What?
We need to get you off this ship as quickly as possible. It is vitally important we keep you moving.
The man seems
You're on a glorious quest.
deeply confused.
Look.
What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense!
He needed you tagged.
How badly stained was my hand with the purple when we were in Altdorf?
That was a while ago now.
That's why I'm asking how badly it's stained.
No, it's gone by now.
Okay.
Do we have any like? I know we had the purple hand standing, the purple hand, but do we have anything like that for the crown?
No, that's what I was trying with my earlobe grabbing.
Yeah.
Um,
Does Current have anything?
I will not betray them. You are not the chosen of the Lord. Keep away from me.
We can hear this conversation.
Oh yeah, he's shouting now.
you can hear that bit. Yeah.
So you admit that you're part of a cult, you're within earshot. Fantastic.
My reward will be in the afterlife.
You're not going to
Listen.
meet the afterlife until we're finished, and we can teach you a lot about invasive surgery if you really want to learn medicine.
You fool, Holsteiner will not be happy
Really
if you are
good
denying
parents to
him.
see if they knew about the cultist.
You're a liar. You're all part of the Purple Hand. I won't give them up.
Ugh, fine. Can I just like stab him through the hand?
Fuck.
Don't kill this one, please.
I'm not going to kill him. He is being irritating.
I lived in your good hands.
The man lets out a horrible scream as you begin to torture him.
I want to try and like put a hand over his mouth.
I'm gonna push the parents away from this site.
You see that elf there? That elf was the last person who disagreed with us. He lost his hand. Would you like to join him?
Mr. Simtavir, is that true?
No, this is not true.
There's a good Estelian technique. Try peeling off his fingernails.
I'm going to start working my knife under his fingernail.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Delightful.
go further and further away.
Delightful.
Lads, not in the ship deck. Not in the deck.
It's better than below. At least this way nothing gets on the cargo. Now talk, you bitch.
Okay, make
Can he get a bonus for that? Wow.
it
Is he actively torturing this man on the
make an easy intimidate test, please.
That was badass.
Do you want anything from me, Liam, or
Easy intimidate test.
easy intimidate? Come on! Yeah!
He takes about 20 minutes to break.
How many fingernails does he have left?
2.
Meanwhile, the other the parents at the other end of the ship.
By this point, the
the
screaming, crying, blubbering wreck has confessed that he was recruited by Ernst Tiedelmann in Kemperbad and was told to deliver 2 sacrifices to a secret location in the Blood Pine Woods. Where supposedly there was a ritual to take place. And that in return he would have been rewarded.
Did his uncle and auntie hear that?
No.
Okay.
They are downstairs getting oriented by Oswald and
Yeah,
Siegfried.
this is another part of the back of the ship. Just like, let's keep looking around here. You like the wood here? Yeah, this is the back of the ship still.
So the only people who
know,
are in this area are the people here, the characters.
I honestly think we need to tell them. Yeah, I definitely think we must tell his uncle and aunt about this. This is the worst I've ever heard. This
I
man's
think we should
trash.
take him down. We should take him down to make a confession to them and see what they're willing to sacrifice. Them. We should allow them to decide his fate.
He's trash, but he's useful trash. I want his clothes and all his effects, whatever we do to dispose of him after.
Well, perhaps we could use this to our advantage. 2 sacrifices. There's plenty of us. We could choose 2. Use it.
Indeed.
We could choose 2, but including him in a gambit is risky, so we'll just include me.
Yeah.
No,
Also,
you see, these people in Bloodpine Woods have never met him. Yes, I turn to the youth.
He nods his head frantically, explaining that only Ernst Hiedelmann has met him.
I thought
what-
we'd go to Ernst.
And what symbol do you use to contact others of the Red Crown?
He shakes his head and says that he doesn't know. He's a new initiate. His first test. Okay, you continue to torture him, and you fuck him up some more, but you still can't get anything out of him.
Yeah.
other than a little stiffy.
You're pretty convinced that he just doesn't know. At this point, he's a crying, blubbering wreck.
Well, either way, nobody has met him yet, so it is an option for us to turn.
This man now has no fingernails.
The option is we can go back, and one of us can pretend to be him. Maybe
Aaron has a speciality for that.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we can go back and pretend to be someone else, and kind of break into this cult and perhaps take a few of them out, or we continue on to Camperbad.
Well,
Ernst will have more knowledge than.
how certain are we can find Ernst and Camperbad?
Well, if he has already been to Camperbad is the problem. If he has recruited him from there, then he has already been and probably left already.
You've also learned, of course, that Ernst wasn't going to be at the ritual.
Right. He's not going to be at the ritual, so is it... Can we assume that he's back in Camperbad?
What is this man's role in the cult?
He is a new recruit. He's a down and out. He didn't have any prospects. Ernst met him and gave him some promises. Promised him he'd make a lot of money, he'd be powerful, he'd be wealthy, be able to turn his situation around. All he had to do was bring 2 suitable victims to the ritual site, and he'd be rewarded with eternal power and all this other good shit.
Where is the ritual site?
Blood Pine Wood, so it's back at Fieldback.
Oh, it's back at Fieldback?
Yeah, we have to go backwards another 2 days-ish.
About 2 days, 2 or 3 days. It also depends how long you'd have to be hunting around in the woods, which, by the way, anybody who is a native of Reichland knows that the Blood Pine Woods are full of mutants.
Full of beastmen, right? Yeah, thought so.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it up to you. I've done my part. I'm going to, put my knife through this guy's shoe buried deep into the deck so he can't go anywhere. I'm going to take my leave now.
Well, how... Erwin, can't you send a message to your college or something?
We're coming up on Castle Reichgard. Would there be a witch hunter?
I am not dealing with witch hunters.
You know that Castle Reichgard is, well, believe it or not, it's a garrison of the Reichsguard.
What?
Believe it or not. And there are also the Knights Griffin there, as well as a few other knightly orders. It's a very well garrisoned fortress, and sometimes used as a occasional residence or hold fast / safe place for the Imperial family.
Well, we could drop this guy off at Castle Reichgard and tell them that we've heard from him. There's a ritual going on, and we can wash our hands of this and continue on.
That's if we can convince them. Because the last time we tried talking to anyone at the Inquisition, they didn't really believe we were innocent.
I know we're just not killing them, so...
At this point, we're just throwing him at them and leaving, so...
This is no longer the business of the Inquisition. The Inquisition is a torch cast against a dark room. My college moves outside of the range of that torch. It's a pretty fire. You can believe in it if you want, but it's not protecting you from the dark. I don't want to give them anything.
So then our best course of action would be to head back to Fieldbach, but if we head back, we'll lose, at least 6 days.
And we only have rations for 5.
And Ernst might, disappear that time.
He could move, but we have, Well, I guess Sigrid hasn't told us, has he, about the Atelka lead?
The Atelka lead is yours.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
He means
but I mean...
what I've discussed with the Dwarves.
I don't know that she's near.
Oh, I don't know if Sigrid... but Romulo was there. Romulo was there as well.
As soon as we got back to the boat.
Okay, then that is common knowledge. The conversation that Siegfried and Romulo had with the Dwarves is common knowledge.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't have told them the exact prices of anything.
Right.
Okay, but you conveyed the information that Atelka Hertzen supposedly owns the mine in Grissenwald. She bought it off the dwarven prospectors that emigrated to the Empire about 30 years ago.
We know the Red Crown operate as medical practitioners. If Ernst moves, that's a lead we can pursue in Kemperbad. We also have Etelka, or however the dwarf pronounced her name. Fertelka, I don't know. Nearby enough. I say we stay the course.
I say we stay the course as well, as we don't want this grain to spoil. We have trade that needs to be done, and we need more food if we want to continue journeying for the time it would take to double back.
And the cover of a trading vessel continuing on its course on its way is much more useful than one that mysteriously turns back upon taking their cat's-paw.
What do we do?
So what do we do? What do we do with him? Yeah.
That's the question.
That's why I was suggesting Castle Reichsguard. We can literally chuck him at them and not even say anything.
Have them tell
They'll
his
past.
relatives. Tell them
Who's compromised there?
But yeah, I mean, what if the Purple Hand has infiltrated the Reichsguard already, though?
The Purple
Or
Hand
the Red
obviously have
Crown.
authority, and the Crown as well.
Yeah.
If we remand him into custody...
Let's not forget, back in Altdorf, a captain was part of the fucking Purple Hand.
Yeah.
Well, it's either that or we slit his throat and throw him overboard.
I'm fine with that.
We're not doing that. Let him tell his aunt and uncle what his plan was for them.
And what would they do?
Well, if they kill him, then it's easier for us. But if not, then I guess we can do what we want with them.
Fine, have him confess.
Make sure they've got their part in it.
Simon was his name?
Simon.
Mm-hmm. Simon, are you still lucid?
He is currently whimpering on the floor, clutching his skewered foot.
Your aunt and uncle there is the only reason you're still alive. I don't want to break their heart by staining this deck with all of your useless blood. You're going to confess your sins to them, as my companions suggest. You get to live.
God, that's so creepy, dude.
You get to live.
The guy is clearly quite delirious at this point from pain and trauma, and he just nods feverishly. I'll do anything, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're going to reform your life with this new lease we've given you.
Okay,
You get to live.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes. Breathe that air. That's fresh. You will. Let's move him on before he pisses on the deck. Huh?
Keep him away from my silks.
Captain, I've finished showing the new hands around. What do you want doing with him?
I think their nephew has something to tell them.
Oh, you want me to bring him up here?
Yeah. We'll give them a moment.
Oh, Sig, what's the most miserable job on the ship?
Probably swabbing.
He's going to help with swabbing after he's done with his uncle and uncle.
I think possibly swabbing the latrines can't use.
Eventually, after about a few minutes, Godric and his wife are brought up to the middeck, and they are looking. They gasp in horror and alarm at the sight of Simon. What have you done to him? What have you done to our boy?
Giving him a new lease on life. Someone diplomatic handle this.
By Sigmar, what have you done?
Listen,
Senor,
I think you should listen to what he has to say before.
Yes, listen to what he has to say. We have unfortunately seen through his deception, his lies, and now you must too. This will be painful, but good for you both.
I'm gonna offer them a sip from the spirits in my ration.
They completely ignore you as they make their way over towards Simon, who tearfully, in a stuttering voice, haplessly confesses that he'd deceived them and that he was going to take them to a ritual site, and that he'd told the Beastmen where to find them, and that he'd let them get captured, and that it was all set up, and that they were being taken to a ritual site so that he could ascend and become all-powerful. The three of them, rather, stare at each other for a long moment. Then Inga leans down She pulls the knife out of Simon's foot and then stabs him in the throat.
That solves that issue.
You fucking bastard!
Can I try and stop this? We still want him alive, right, don't we?
I mean,
Is
think
it
you're the
time
only one
to-
that cares about him being
I don't
alive.
think we need him alive.
You can make a difficult intuition test to
We
see
don't
if you
really
can
need him alive.
to see if you can stop this. Sure.
Slimly down.
Oh no, I failed.
Oh no, I failed.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ruiz stirs in place, sensing what's about to happen, and he gets about 2 steps across the room before Simon's been stabbed in the throat. And he kicks and thrashes, gurgling as the light dies in his eyes.
You know, we've all done worse, yeah.
Can I examine her for a minute?
You certainly have, Elvin.
I just want to
Come
find
overboard.
out, like,
Oh,
if
you want
there's-
to talk, Kurt.
is there any possibility that maybe she's in on this and that she stabbed him to silence him? I just want to see if there's any tells or anything like that.
Not that you can see. There's nothing to suggest that. It seems that she was
It wasn't
probably
my
just...
nose for trouble, it seems.
Yeah, no. It seems that she was emotionally traumatized by the fact that her husband was about to get sacrificed by what you sense was probably a nephew who already had a strained relationship with her. It seems that Godric was the one who was more fond of him than she was.
Well,
Godric, for his part, is currently kind of like this depressed, silent mess who isn't really saying anything. He's kind of just standing there, horrified.
Well, I think we should give them a moment.
This is a sad story. We tell a sad story.
It's pretty...
This is as grim as a grim world of perilous adventure.
Grim world of perilous adventure.
Where's
Warhammer.
where's her lady?
Let's
Maybe
let's collect the two and
How's the
set
uncle
them in a
taking all
corner
this?
elsewhere. Clean up this blood. And
Well, that's why I was talking about Godric. Yeah, he's kind of like a catatonic.
Where's our noble visitor?
She is with Renate and has been for most of the day.
Where's our other hostage?
Who do we have? What noble visit?
Yeah, I'm gonna go and check him.
Oh god, does Kurt not know about this?
Does Current not know?
What? Who?
They
I'll
kid-
tell him, I'll tell him.
Antarius
I'll
kidnapped
tell him.
Isolde von Strudeldorf.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. I thought we
Oh,
left
yeah.
behind.
No, we kept that one.
Nah, we did that, man.
Shit, that one.
Yeah, we run through these
Yeah,
people like
we definitely can't
Jesus.
stop a castle right guard if we've got her.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
All right, let's keep sailing to Bradenborn.
It's getting quite stuffy in this boat, gentlemen. I think we should at least throw this one over.
It must smell nice at Castle Right Guard, I would have thought.
Save his clothes. We'll need it for the deception later. Did he shit? They always shit.
So
Did he have anything valuable on him?
I need to be on my own for a bit. Godric mutters as he starts walking away and heading up towards the top deck.
Yeah.
make sure he doesn't jump off.
Inga, meanwhile, is trying to pick up the corpse of Simon. Is anybody going to help me throw this piece of shit overboard?
Good fucking lord.
This is a woman I like.
I'm going to assist her in just checking him over, make sure there's nothing in his pockets before
I'm stealing his
throwing
clothes.
over.
Stealing his clothes.
I'm stealing his clothes. We need his clothes.
She doesn't stop you from stripping him and taking whatever you want. She clearly doesn't care.
Perfectly
She's
good
so hateful.
small clothes, perfectly good boots. No, don't
Does he
waste
have
a piece of
anything
shit,
on
huh?
him besides some clothes?
He has 2 shillings.
2 shillings.
Nice.
2 shilling. What a fucking waste of a human life. 2 shillings. Jesus.
He has cloves. He has cloves to the value of silver 4.
I bet he's the kind of person
I
who
wasn't taking the
goes
clothes, though,
to
I think.
r
was grabbing
slash
those.
incels.
Sorry, not silver
Yeah.
4. Silver. Is it silver 1? I think because 1 is lowest and then 5 is highest, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Silver 1. Wrong way around. So lowest tier of silver.
And no knife or anything like that?
No.
Cool.
Although the clothes are not in particularly good condition. He had been trudging across the marshes for quite some time. They might want to see a
Being
tailor
tortured.
in order to be brought up to snuff.
Covered in blood.
Yeah, they'll need to see a tailor who's not going to ask questions.
How banged up are they?
They're in a pretty bad condition.
But could they be worn?
They could be worn, but they're kind of covered in blood and filth, and there's holes in them.
That's fine. It's ideal, actually.
Stabbed him in the face, didn't you?
Inga stabbed him in the throat.
Oh, damn it, she did.
So, completely covered in blood then.
There's a lot of blood on them, yeah.
Is it
Might as
even...
well dye them red.
God damn it. Okay. I need a different shirt then. Because the key with that is to have them all... I guess I should explain this in character. To do the German voice. Hold on. Should see this tailored, but not too well. The important thing to give the appearance that I've been attacked when I take his face.
Aunt said she was a good housewife, didn't she? Maybe she knows how to tailor.
Who knows?
I'm
I know how to stitch clothes, if that's what you're asking.
sure you just wash them out first. Make sure this is all cleaned up, lads. I'm gonna go.
But before you go asking me for any favours, I want this piece of shit out of my sight.
I've already
Yeah.
pushed him overboard.
Up and
haven't we?
overboard.
We stripped him and then pushed him straight overboard.
Soon enough, the man is dumped into the river.
And like shit, he floats.
The River Reich will remember this.
Beautiful.
As you leave him floating in the fetid waters outside the Riker marshes. Indeed, the ship is continuing to sail on and is now not far from Castle Reichgard.
We're just going to sail straight past. Keep everything off deck apart from the most presentable people and keep sailing.
Do any of you wish to look at or examine Castle Reichgard in any way as you go past?
I guess.
We're looking
I guess
at it.
so, since it's
Oh look, a castle.
so-
Anyone who wants to have a look can make a difficult perception test.
I'll look at it.
Yeah, I'm looking too.
It's a castle.
DM hit me in the head and said I should probably look at this thing. So I'm gonna... Well, I don't have fucking eyes.
What kind of perception?
Anyone who it is a visual perception test.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is it like average or?
Difficult.
I did a classic Romulo
Oh, hold on.
perception test.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me reroll that.
Antarius with the FAC.
Hold on.
That's only me and Antarius. So.
And Siegfried. Siegfried sees.
No, I don't see, because I fucked up my. I thought it was
anyone?
average, not difficult.
Okay, so the people who have succeeded. Most of you are all busy dealing with various chores on the ship as you go past, but the few of you that do take a look, who is it that succeeded? Kernt and Siegfried. The two of you notice that it looks like there is a large group of about 20 to 30 cavalrymen moving at quite a high pace, like quite quickly, a good gallop, travelling down the road towards Castle Reichgard. You hear the distant sound of a trumpet blowing as they try to get the attention of the gate guards, and the contingent of cavalry go rushing into the castle, clearly in quite
Are
a
they
hurry.
heading from Thalebak or the other direction?
They are coming from Thalebak.
Ah,
So they
this is
could be
not good.
coming from Altdorf.
Yes.
That's worrying.
I suspect we should probably sail quicker if possible.
Yes. Let's see if we can coax the guys to get any more speed out of these sails.
Alright.
Good idea.
Let's talk to Renee and see what she can do.
Okay. Cunt doesn't bellow out commands.
Well, I'm afraid it's been a bit difficult to be captaining a ship when I'm responsible for playing tea party with your local noble that you decided to take hostage.
Antarius, why are you not looking after your guest?
Have I mentioned this? I hate
Probably because he kidnapped her.
Yes, yes. Well, I did say earlier I was going to go and check on
Sorry,
it.
so I had no say in this, and this was a last minute decision by the elf. He got on as soon as we were setting to.
Yeah, I did say earlier I was going to go and check on her, like, right now.
There we go.
But she seems to be doing mostly fine, but she's getting quite disgruntled and agitated about the fact that there are no creature comforts on the ship. She misses her servants and her wine and her nice food and her comfy goose-feathered bed.
Oh, this is going to be a side quest.
And she's really getting a bit frustrated with how mundane the ship is.
God.
Did your concoction suck somehow?
My concoctions do knock people out, but not for very long.
Where's
And how knocked out?
Renee, the tea's been ready for over 15 minutes.
Oh,
Why are you still up there? You see what I have to deal with? You see?
Okay, yeah, I understand your plight, Renee. Someone fucking Arius, just go down and talk to her.
Talk out of her shatter. She's a dumb bitch, yeah.
Renee's the captain. Someone, who's that?
I'll go.
Sister? Ruiz,
Yeah.
Ruiz.
Ruiz, let us go and fill all of the ladies' holes.
Yeah. Give Ruiz's administration. Yeah, I'll help.
I'm sure she'll be thrilled.
Alright. I start making my way down there to deal with this fucking noble woman I've kidnapped.
The elf and the Italian double team of a lady.
God damn it. Should have shown him the mask. Fuck.
Oh yeah, Kern, have you reclaimed your mask back from Antarius?
Who's got the mask? Yeah.
Oh, I have it.
Because I thought he was going to do shenanigans and I wanted to wear the mask at the name's
Well,
The fucking it's a grey fox or some shit like.
I mean, like we've been on the ship for like 4 days now. I would have given it back to you, in like that time. I don't.
Why do you want it?
Just want to know where it is.
Okay, I mean.
Yeah,
I mean,
current
gave
could have it.
I never really gave you to have a look, did I?
No, 'cause it's something been on my list for a bit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's no real need for me to have it. You can have a look at it. I mean, I've only got the bug or the walk once, but even then,
Yeah.
it does something. It was a steal.
The key part is this puzzle. Yeah. Let me see. Bring it below deck somewhere. Take a peek.
Yeah, bring him below deck. I'll whip it out.
Whips it out.
So,
Oh, it's quite big, isn't it?
so what's happening? What are you guys doing now?
Antarius went to... Antarius and Ruiz and Romulo, I think, went to the lady, and then Curtin and I are taking a look at the mask.
Okay. So for trying to calm down Lady Isolde and get her a bit sorted out, whoever has the best charm test, please make a hard test with a +10 for each of your friends who are trying to help you.
Pretty sure if Ruiz is there, it is going to be hard, right?
I have 47. What you have?
54.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Ruiz, any higher or?
I've got 46.
Okay, so off you go, Antarius, with a with +20, baby.
So it's a difficult with +20. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Initially, the situation is very frosty, but with a bit of charming behaviour from Ruiz and a few diplomatic gestures from Antarius, finally you manage to convince Isolde to maybe lay off Renate for a bit and let her have a bit of space.
But I do need to tell you, if you are bored of the mundane life of this ship, this gentleman here, and I take Ruiz by the put my hand on Ruiz's shoulder, musician with the stallion guitar. He has spent many nights with the ladies, just showing them how wonderfully he can play. Is that not so?
Oh yes, senor. I would play some music for the lady. She'd like it.
Listen,
Exactly,
I
maybe
found
she
it
can-
very attractive and romantic when he came to rescue me from my house, I suppose. But now I've been on this kind of smelly and uncomfortable ship that's full of lots of fat and greasy men for quite some time, and I don't really find it very romantic at all.
Well, when we
Siegfried-
get to
That bad.
Baden,
He's just not very charming.
have you ever been to Badenborn? It's like the next city coming up.
Badenborn? That's some peasant shithole village. Why would I ever go there?
That's where you're mistaken. You see, I've heard they've a very fine collection of dresses and whatnot.
What? I've never heard of this before.
You
I-
should have.
Mr. Antarius, please, I am a connoisseur of the finest women's fashion across all of the Empire. If there was some sort of clothier in Badenborn who made exquisite dresses, I would know about them. You know why? Because I'm the patron for most of them.
Maybe this one's just kind of slipped underneath your nose.
I feel like you're pulling my leg. Do you? What was the point of all of this? Why am I here?
I'm trying to stop a war, and you're needed to come with me for a little bit.
A war?
Yes.
What are you? What can I possibly have to do with a war? What is this nonsense?
So, the High Admiralty.
Oh, you're trying to blackmail my father.
There you go.
Oh, you are a rogue, aren't you?
Oh.
Well, you know what? You tell me how I can help, because I hate him.
Oh.
Why didn't you just say that to begin with?
I didn't think you'd be so acceptable to the idea of being...
Do you have any idea how many times he has denied me suitors that I was enamored with? And he said, "Oh, no, you're not allowed to be with him because he is not of the suitable family, not of a suitable caliber." It was horrendous.
Well...
So many charming, good-looking, nice men, and all of them my father forced me to turn down because they didn't have enough money or they didn't have enough titles. He's a pompous, self-absorbed arsehole who only uses me to further his own position.
I see, Sigurd. So you would like that music played, yes? I'll give her like a little wolfish wink.
Look, I don't have any problems with music being played, but I don't want to have to smell fish and sweat and oil while it's happening, okay?
Okay. I will see about getting you some things. to make
It's
your
so
stay-
much to ask to have a nice bed and some good food and some nice clothes and some perfume and maybe a bit of privacy in my own cabin. Is this really so much to ask? I am a noblewoman.
Luxury was never part of the bargain.
If you want to use me for your political intrigue, you can at least treat me with the level of respect I deserve.
You're absolutely right, but there's nowhere I can just basically put you at for now.
Aren't you supposed to be some sort of outlaw genius? Just sort it out. Steal a ship.
Can I like pull the gent?
Wow.
What like one of them outside for a second?
Sure.
Steal a
Guys,
ship.
can we not just tie her up and gag her? Let us be honest, she is still a hostage either way.
We could.
Just tie
Like,
her
easily
up.
we could.
Yes, just tie her up, lie her on some of the cargo silks, she'll be comfortable enough. Just leave her there, problem solved.
It's a saintly miracle that nobody in our group thought of that before now.
Well,
But-
I thought of it a while ago, but I didn't want to say anything in case you thought I was some kind of, how you
Yes,
say
but Romulo, you do not
psychopath?
understand. She has just told you what the problem is. We can work with it, and then she will cooperate. Now, is there a room she could have which is private?
The other thing
No,
is,
there's only Renee's room.
Okay, well, Renate can sleep somewhere else.
Good, you
The-
can tell her that.
I will. Renee can sleep with me if she likes, but we will find something out.
the
I'm just gonna shrug and head back upstairs.
eh,
I'll go
Meanwhile,
get-
up on the deck, Kearns and Erwin are looking at the mask.
2 seconds, my dog's being a bitch.
Alright. Okay, carry on then.
looking at the mask, were myself and Renee able to get the crew to get any more speed out of the ship?
Oh yeah. Hang on a minute.
Sorry
Where is
about that.
she? There she is.
We're so, me and we're not. Oh wait, no, me and we're not below deck, aren't we?
Oh yeah. You make some great time.
Nice.
As the ship really manages to get going, and you catch a really good wind, and you're able to shoot past Badenborn. You make really good time, and you reach Onling before the day is out.
It's a good captain there.
Hang on.
I take it you want to deal with Kern and when was it? Before we get to Onlin.
When was it? As if he's a stranger. Come on.
I couldn't remember who it was that was looking at the mask with you.
It's me and Kern. Whenever that is.
We need to get like a floor plan of the Bogan Hopper so we know like.
Yeah, so we know where
Yeah.
stuff is.
Essentially 2 layers with the cabin on.
Like, there's a quarters for me and Renee, and then the rest is just like a big.
Oh,
is
it's
it
just
below
one
deck?
cabin.
There is actually only one cabin. Yeah.
Is
What?
there,
Yeah, there's only one captain's cabin.
Oh, okay.
so there's only one room, and the rest is below deck, and that's like.
The rest of you are. There is a captain's cabin underneath the helm. There is a mid deck, and then there is a cargo hold underneath the mid deck.
Okay.
The mid deck is where most of the hammocks are, and also the gully, the
And
galley
Siegfried has
rather.
turned the lower deck into a little bit of an armory and a sort of hold for himself with the cargo area.
Meanwhile, up on the top deck, yeah, you're examining the mask. Can you make for me, please, a average law magic?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, I got it from this shifty merchant. I managed to haggle him. You know, I threw the old witch hunters might come and take your shit.
So, looking at
Take
this, looking at this artifact as you turn it over in your hands, it seems extremely mundane. Certainly, it's clearly rare. It's made from what looks like obsidian, and it's been embedded with possibly malachite or possibly emerald in its in the eye slots. Very exotic item. Not made of any materials that are particularly common here in Reichland. In fact, you've rarely seen its like before. Although you do see just occasionally, almost as if it wasn't really there at all, but you just sometimes it just catches your eye, and as soon as you look at it, it's gone. But there are just these tiny little whispers of the blue wind dancing around this artifact, ever
Really?
so slightly.
This is quite a thing you've haggled for, Kurt.
Yeah, it was 5 crowns.
And you said you made it work once? What do you mean by that?
Well, the proprietor said that it enhanced one's sight, reflex. Essentially, I figured into my head that I could see in the night. So when I was saving Antarius from the Skaven in the Bogenhafen, I used the mask and I could see where the Antarius could not. You know, he's an elf, and they can see.
In the middle of your conversation, you are suddenly interrupted by this loud shouting from the shore of the river. And it looks like there are 2 dwarves running and waving frantically from a small wooden landing stage just on the side of the river, like a small jetty, with a very small rowboat next to it. And they're bellowing at the top of their lungs, "Oi! Give us a lift! Manlings, give us a lift! We can pay! We'll pay well!"
Is Siegfried
Who are
hearing this?
You were probably busy on mid-deck doing something, but you can hear the shouting. Anyone can hear the shouting.
I'm gonna shout to the sailors. They're paying. Pull over.
No, hold on. We can't just let. Well, we've been letting anyone on, but we can't just let any old one on. And I'm not saying that because they're dwarfs. Why are they
They're
running?
paying.
Why they might be fugitives? Why are they running?
Why? You've got. Please take us. Look, we're engineers. We're engineers. We're gonna be helpful.
Stop the boat. Stop the boat. Let's hear him out.
I do miss drunk. Well, I guess
You're engineers, you say? How much can you pay? And
where
what
are
can
they
you
running?
build?
They're running, but what's behind them? Like in the woods or something, or is it a...
There is no sign of them being chased, as far as you can tell. They're two dwarves. They're stood on a landing jetty. Make a average perception test to see what else you can see in the environment.
Is everyone that's gone up deck to talk to them?
Yourself, Kant, Erwin, can make the test.
Average, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the skill?
Perception. Average. This involves sight.
God damn.
Kant and Siegfried, both of you, looking around the environment, it seems that they are on the outskirts of a very small hamlet, and what looks like a large ruined tower of some description. Probably maybe 20 to 30 feet tall, possibly 40 even. It looks like there's some kind of scaffolding of some description that Kern can see, mantled around that tower.
Is there lights? Perhaps?
Not that you can see, though it is, it's about 11 in the morning. So it's kind of hard to tell, because obviously there's sunlight.
Did they answer the question I shouted at them?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Alright.
We'll pay well, manlings. 6 shillings, per day. 6 shillings a day we'll pay.
Alright.
Just take us to Kemperbad.
Renee.
That sounds a very good deal. And we need the money.
Well, Captain, what are we doing?
Slow us down, we're gonna stop for them. We're gonna take them on
I mean,
board.
they are dwarves.
Dwarves keep their word, though, do they not? Making very good
No,
traders.
they are renowned alcoholics. They'll drink us out of all the alcohol on the ship, and they'll probably, I don't know, they'll take offence at something, and then they'll set it on fire for no reason.
Or we make them promise.
We're gonna find
Dwarf
out.
gives you his word, he doesn't break it.
Oh, you really believe? Come on, Siegfried. How naive do you have to be?
We had a dwarf slayer running with us, me and Antarius, so I can vouch for them.
Fine, if that's what you want, Kearns. Fine.
Call it a trader's knowledge. Dwarves don't go back on their word.
Big Sig, can you bring the sails up, please? Eventually, the Bogan Harper starts slowing down. Anyone else who wants to involve themselves in the scene can present themselves at this point.
I'm going to shout at them, 6 shillings a day each, and you help out with repairs on the ship.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Just get us to Camperbad.
And tell us what you're running from.
We're not running from anything.
Certainly running.
What's the urgency? Why the hurry?
Look, we're engineers to the gentry. We're stuck here because our wagon broke down, and we want to get to Camperbad so we can get new work.
Do you not want to fetch your belongings?
No, they're fucked.
You sure?
You not even have your tools with you.
They're all bloody all the stuff back there. That wagon's some manling umgack. It's useless.
Will you
We've got some gear on us.
Are you working on that tower up there?
No. Yes.
No. Yes.
Yes.
Who is?
We were, but we're not anymore.
So grasp of common is lacking, eh?
Look, manlings, please, we need to go. We'll offer good money. 8 shillings.
Alright, 8 shillings up front, first. Let's see it. Let's see if you have the coin.
Hang on, how many days does it take to get to Kemperbad from here? Is it about 3 more days?
From here, you'd say possibly 2 to 3 days. Depends on the wind.
Tells them not to talk to me when they're on
charge
here.
them for 3 days. So that's 16 shillings a day, both of them. Charge them up front for 3 days.
If they are engineers, right, they can probably get us a good discount somewhere on the next.
I was thinking they could probably build us a trebuchet or catapult in that time.
What would you want?
As you continue to haggle with the dwarves,
I don't want a trebuchet on our ship.
We need some armaments, do we not?
Fuck dwarves.
you can see running up behind the 2 dwarves that are currently like arguing with you over the side of the river. You can see there is a 3rd dwarf running, sprinting, her cheeks red from effort as she pants, running down the hillside towards the landing dock. Unless you want to be blacklisted with every clan in the Empire, you get back to that fucking tower now!
You wanna wait for your friend there?
Is she paying as well?
The 2 dwarves look at each other, looking deeply awkward and embarrassed. They look back at the woman who's just stomped up, panting behind them. Then they look back at you, and then back at the woman, and then they both sigh, and they start trudging their way back up the hill.
Not too long, lads.
Those bloody cowards. I don't know why they were trying to run away. Gah. Oh! Hello there, manlings!
Aye, we were just about to offer those men a ride, though.
Well, hey, you have my apologies for Thangrim and Belagol. They're overworked, or so they're saying. But that's not true.
Overworked? How?
Well, I'm the crew leader. My name's Anios Eisenbeard. I got some good dwarfs with me here. We got hired 6 weeks ago with an imperial commission. We're building this signal tower up on that tower over there, the old ruin. You see it?
Annual Eisenbeard, was it?
Aye, that's right.
Oh shit. Confoes. Annuals? You don't know what Flores Eisenbeard, do you?
She looks up. She widens her eyes for a moment. Looks as though she didn't hear you properly. Wait, what?
The ship's stopped, has it?
You've pretty much pulled up. You could disembark now if you wanted to lower the gangplank.
Yeah, well, Cunt lowers the gangplank. Go towards Annuals. Repeating himself, you'd say Flores. I believe
Flory Eisenbeard. Yeah.
Yeah, Flores.
Her eyes go a bit hazy for a moment as she watches you, and she sighs. He's still chasing after me, is he?
Look, that's between you is none of my business, but he asked me a good favour of him to give you something and to tell you that he's sorry. Cunt
Look.
Whistle for Siegfried to come with the chest.
I'm not going to acknowledge him whistling at me. I'm not his dog.
This session rocks. This session fucking owns.
And meet him with a dead stare instead.
Look,
Siegfried?
I don't know what business you had with Flory, but I appreciate you coming out this way for him, but he's not the dwarf he used to be. Okay, and he needs to let it go. I've moved on. I'm a chief engineer now. I work for the Emperor. I'm more than what we used to be. He doesn't understand that. He thinks we can go back to the way it used to be. We can't. It's over. He needs to understand that.
How I don't mean to pry, but Why did this exactly drive you apart? I would have thought such a position would be great for the both of you.
Because he was scared. When we were travelling, we were trying to find a place to settle down. Well, his brother, he kept going, and, well, ended up getting the worst of him. He died. Was ambushed by greenskins. Ever since then, Flory was so scared of travelling that I couldn't convince him. When I got the commission, when I got the opportunity to become the chief engineer for an Imperial project, I asked him to come with me, and he said no. He said no. He said that I couldn't leave. He said that it wouldn't be safe, that we'd get killed, like his brother, and he was so scared that he wouldn't come with me. He insisted that I stay. He tried to make me stay, and well, that's when he got violent, and that's when I said to him, "Look, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not staying here with you. You're a coward." And I left, and I didn't look back.
Either way, I wish to carry out his favour. And seeing as Siegfried's just been a prick, he'd walk back over the gangplank, slap Siegfried over the head, and take the fucking lockbox.
You gonna take that?
I mean, I'm gonna let him have the lockbox. It's empty apart from his written thing. But I haven't given him the key, and that's not as obvious to grab.
Open the bloody box.
I am not to be treated like this. Be more polite.
Open the fucking box.
Let's just see what's inside.
Please.
On saying please, I go, since you asked so nicely, and then open the box. He sees 0 coins in there. But his piece of paper and his ring.
Why the fuck do we have a box when it doesn't have anything in it, Siegfried?
You owe me 7 crowns and 17 shillings and 11 coppers at this point.
Sounds like you're having some trouble with your crew.
I think there's some dodgy books going on here, but we'll wrap it up. I'll keep to my business, you keep to yours. Anyway, cunt takes that marbled rock and goes and hands it to Annuals.
She looks down at the runestone for a long moment. She peers at it. She sighs and slowly
What is
nods.
it? Exactly.
He said that if I don't come back and fulfill the marriage vows that we made, then like he's going to tell the Reckoners back in Karazakarak, and well, there won't be no leaving the Empire for me then. Won't be no going home.
This must be some custom I'm unfamiliar with.
Look, don't worry your head about it, manling. It's not your business. Look, thanks for bringing this to me. It's something that I needed to know, but she pockets the stone with a long frown. Listen, I don't suppose you lot are looking for work, are you? You see,
no, well, we're not exactly the labouring type. We're the boatsmen. You see, we ride the oars.
Right, I see. Well,
But,
I'm really in a bit of a situation, to be honest. It's I like to say that I've got a good crew here, but this has just been one accident after another. Half of my crew's been injured, and now they've started disappearing. And I don't know why. They've been slipping off scaffolding and dropping hammers on each other. And people have been falling sick here. In fact, two of my crew have disappeared. Straight up, they're gone. I can't find them. We haven't seen them for days. And that's not like a dwarf. Dwarfs don't do that, except for these two cowards over here.
So quite.
My crew's been asking for hazard pay. They think the place is cursed. They think there's something wrong with it, like it's an elvish burial mound or something.
Well, we do have our resident scholar who can perhaps examine the site for a fee. And if you're itching for some labourmen, we've got quite a healthy crew. I can ask them if they would like to pick up.
Listen. I'll take any help I can. I've been paid a good purse by the Imperial Commission. I gave my word that this tower would be finished on time. I'll take any help I can get. Look, 8 shillings a day per man.
That's the amount those dwarfs were going to offer for a ride to Camperberg.
Plus, when the tower's done, I'll give you 5 gold crowns.
Each?
5 gold crowns. Aye.
Just the 5 gold crowns for your leader. He can split it up among you.
Right. He's a rat. Don't ignore him and don't make any deals with him.
Out of interest, how long would it take to finish your tower? Sorry.
I think it's going to take about. It depends on how quick we work and how good you are. Maybe 5 days, maybe 7.
I can ask the crew if they want to earn a little bit extra pay and help with this construction. But what I can promise you is an investigation in the disappearances and the mysteries of this tower. As I say, our scholar has.
Look, if you can find out what's happened to my missing crew, I'll give you the 5 gold crowns.
Aye, that's a deal. We can't stay around for the completion of the tower, but we can at least help this way.
If I can get my crew back, then we can get it done on time.
Well, let's see if they do come back, but we'll figure that out, I'm sure. I'll talk to my crew then, I'll let you know.
Right, listen, our camp is just up the hill here, not far from the tower. When you're ready, if you've got men, bring them up there. I've got a lot of work I need to get done.
Right, well, it's quite favourable meeting you, Annuals. I'd expect to see you a bit further south, though. Glad we met nonetheless. Cunt would bow slightly and turn to go back to the ship.
The dwarf starts making her way back up towards the camp, like some kind of like compound type thing that they've set up.
I'll just convene basically if whoever's there, what was said, and then I'd go turn to the crew and offer them if they, for the duration of our stay here, if they'd like to help with labour work on.
How much?
Long until the grain spoils.
You think you've probably got maybe 7 to 8 days before the grain spoils?
So that would mean it would be. It's about that time to get to Grissenwald, including a day or 2 in Kempenbad.
Maybe you can sell your grain here.
Look, we're not going to stay here for bloody a week to see this tower completed.
Reaching Grissenwald would probably take you, if you left now, probably take you about 5 days, maybe 6.
So the grain will last that the time it would take to get there, plus a couple days in Kempenbad to deal with.
More or less, it's hard to draw an exact figure, but you know that Renate knows that the river runs quicker once you get past Castle von Wittgenstein. Downriver from Kempenbad is a lot faster.
I have 2 questions. Number 1, how much is the grain we have worth?
So the grain shipment is a freight job. You're not selling it, you're delivering it as cargo.
We're
and
getting paid
for the
7
freight.
gold crowns to deliver it.
Okay, so that is more than we are being offered from this lady. The only way I can see us even remotely recouping those losses is if we either tell the men they were receiving 4 silvers, not 8, or if we get more money from her. I think personally we should push on.
There is further another issue. If we do not deliver this, or the grain spoils, the guild will cause us issues, and we will struggle with trade further on.
I'm pretty sure if we help this annuals, we'll have no problem with any guilds. She seems to have fitted herself quite nicely into them.
She is a dwarf. That does not mean anything here.
If we were working in the Empire, she'd have... working in Dwarven lands, she'd have a lot of influence. But here...
Well, as she said herself, she has the Imperial Commission. That's no small feat.
We can probably spend a day here to try and look for her crew. And if we do find those, then we'll make that 5 gold. But if we spend any longer, then...
The crew, for their part, are extremely eager to work here because they're being offered almost a week's pay for a day's work.
Yeah, they're getting 4 silvers a day, aren't they?
Well, that's what you're telling them.
Well, look, the crew morale needs a little boost. They like this; it gets them off the ship, and some rather good company. Dwarves know how they.
All right then. Why don't we offer her a day's labour? The crew can spend the day working with her, whilst we look into the missing dwarves. Crew get their 4 shillings each for just a day,
from this.
And we hopefully will make 5 gold crowns.
Yes, the real prize is getting to know the right people. Siegfried.
Yes,
I
that's why
can
I'm offering
recommend-
a day.
I'm afraid I must side with Siegfried here. I think a day working, the crew will offer us their help, and we can try and investigate this problem and deal with any issues that arise. But any more than that, and we are going to lose money and create problems for ourselves.
There's more things to worry about than coin, but
It is not the coin I'm concerned about. It is, as Siegfried said, this trader nonsense. This is not our shipment. If it was just metal, then I'd say take all the time we want, because, there is no problem. But if it's a situation of us risking this freight, then that is different.
this the shipment's not in my name. It's Siegfried's.
No, the shipment is in your name as owner of the vessel.
Is the shipping of grain our chief priority here?
Oh, but the reputation with the guild is very important.
It's not relevant to me, frankly.
Siegfried's been making deals, putting my name on them, and taking advantage of the fact that I'm illiterate. I don't think
You're illiterate. I thought you could read.
I don't think grain is much more concern. I make a good bit of pocket. I can pay Erwin some of that as well, seeing as he's going to be doing some of the work here.
DM, how much actually is the value of the grain? Is it
Oh,
about
not with the
100?
this grain
say
shit,
it
man.
Grain plot.
Grain plot. Fucking grain plot. Let me have a look here. How much do you actually have? You do have a fair bit.
I mean, if we're being paid 7 gold crowns to ship it, which doesn't include their selling profit for it.
I'll say it's probably worth about 35 crowns in a good market.
Yeah, so Kern, if we don't get this grain to Grissenwald before it rots, we'll be on the hook for about 40 gold crowns.
You'll be on the hook for it.
Again, it's in your name. As owner of the vessel.
I didn't. You made this deal and you wrote me into it, you fucking scoundrel.
You knew what you were getting into.
Renate leans over the side of the helm and says, Siegfried, I've got to be honest, you're a real piece of shit.
She's got experience around pieces
You're
of
the
shit.
one that sold me out, miss.
Right, well, either way, this is a selfish endeavour of mine and Erwin because he's going to get paid for it as well. Well, we're going to stay here for a day, the men are going to have a nice break, Morale's going to jump up.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting. A day here,
I'm
we
going
can
to
make
make
some money.
change.
If we're lucky, we could even make 5 gold.
Well, if you're lucky, Siegfried, you might be able to rob some corpses as well.
Yeah, I could rob yours.
That cunt would go the fucking punch Siegfried in the gut.
Oh god. I am not getting into violence when I'm about to end the session, so we're going to leave that as a cliffhanger. Right.
I'm going to glance over to Romulo once, as soon as Kern steps into punching range.
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna end the session there because I cannot be asked. I cannot be asked dealing with that right now.
If it's going to end like that, can we go dun dun dun? dun.
Right. Okay.
As we zoom out on the river.
Doing XP for today. Erwin has done some great stuff today. I'm going to give you 75.
Did he summon a horse?
He did.
Yeah, Shadow Steed.
Yes.
He did some good role play today. I'm not just talking about the fucking horse.
Lies,
some,
we all
some,
know the truth.
some good stuff. Ruiz, let me think. Ruiz,
I was the one who
Ruiz
was
did
in.
some-
Yeah, I was the one in the background where every time I tried to RP, someone spoke over me.
Yeah, Ruiz did some. Oh please.
Sorry.
Ruiz, you can have 65 today. We'll give Siegfried. Siegfried's done some interesting stuff today. You can have 70. Kernt didn't really only showed up for the latter half of it, but still did some interesting stuff. 60 for Kernt. Romulo, 65. Antarius, 70.
Yay.
Has anybody completed a short-term objective?
Did I fill up the cargo enough?
Let's have a quick look. Yeah, I'll say yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
To start with, but now it's
And
becoming
25 for that, did you say?
Yeah, that's fine.
Now it's becoming a strain in my immersion.
Well, I haven't passed my short goal yet.
Kernt, you can have another 25 XP.
Nice.
For delivering the runestone to Annuals.
Nice.
Alright. So we will move on to the vote. Starting with Lewis.
Ooh. I think my kind of push is going to have to be for Alphys. No.
Alphys.
Alphys, the boy.
I'm going to have to vote for Ruiz, I think.
Okay, that's fair. Ben?
Did you catch that?
Nope.
No.
I'll go for Ruiz too.
Okay. Quinn?
What, are we just memeing on Ruiz because he done nothing? Ruiz.
Alright, okay. Okay, the meme is real. Alright, Wendy?
I was gonna say Erwin.
Okay. And Joe?
Ruiz, but only because I owe him for the last session with that tiebreaker.
Alright, Ruiz, have yourself 20 XP.
You didn't even ask me who I was voting for.
It doesn't matter who you voted for. You clearly won. But sure, who are you voting for?
Greg.
No, it doesn't matter now.
Oh, okay. Alright. You offer a man to have his say, and that's how it be. Alright, so that's 20 XP for Ruiz. Yeah, good session today. I thought you guys did some pretty entertaining stuff. Had a little bit of a combat scene, which didn't go on for too long. It was all right.
Yeah.
Had a few spicy moments in it.
Damn, I missed it, man.
Had some very interesting roleplay with those prisoners that you rescued, and got a few little plot developments, and now you've got something interesting to look forward to for next session. So
I should have changed my vote to Romulo just for the torture scene.
Yeah, damn.
That's pretty much combined with the fact that Ruiz just ran.
that's
in
basically all
and
Romolo did that session. All he did was torture,
Yeah.
dude.
That's
but
what I
it
mean.
was probably the most memorable bit.
No, but for me it was like Ruiz like running in and one-liners before he kept stabbing people, and then the fact he was just like, "Oh yes, the Estalian way. Take off his fingernails."
Yeah, that was why I went for him originally, but it was you that did the entire torture thing.
So since I haven't done this for a while, like quite a few sessions, I think, does anyone have any feedback? Is there anything that you want to see more of, want to see less of? How are people feeling about the way the campaign is going?
We need more El Sasador, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I know it's tough because we're not in person. Yeah, but is there? I know we talked about it before as well. Is there any way we can institute some kind of like ability to talk thing in terms of like? Because I do feel like
I can
Well,
go
yeah.
back. I can go back to the idea of asking people to contribute specifically.
well, it's just like yeah, because I felt bad because like Ruiz was right, like you kept you getting cut off a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And I
about
felt
that.
like yeah, and I
Did
felt
I
like the
do
same thing.
Quite a bit of
happened.
that, did I?
Sometimes,
I
to
don't
be
know.
fair, you may notice that my ability to keep things jumping between different people, it can become more difficult to do that when at the same time I'm improvising.
Yeah.
Because then I'm focusing quite hard on making up some interesting stuff. And that can make it harder for me to make sure that everyone at the table is getting their fair bit. So I'm sorry for that, that's on me. I'm sorry if you felt like you didn't get your turn today. I'll take that into account.
Yeah, I don't know. It was difficult to tell because I don't know. Maybe my mic wasn't working. But it was things like I sort of said, "Oh, I'll go and talk to the lady." Then next thing, it's like, "All right, let's all go and talk to the lady." And even then, I was like, "Well, I just said I was going to do that," and then it just sort of
I
carried on.
did not
And I
catch
was
that.
like, "Yeah,
that might
Yeah,
not
I
be-
did. I didn't hear you say you were
Yeah.
going to. I heard you say I just said I was going to go and see her. But
Yeah, I
didn't
heard
hear
you when you said
say
you were going. You'd been to see her. I didn't hear when you said you were doing it, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I just felt like there was times like because I was fine. I had a great time, but yeah, I just felt like at the times when Antares kind of got cut off and Ruiz kind of got cut off, so I was like, I don't know.
It's fine. We're a big group. We have a lot of people.
That's the thing, is a big group, and we do tend to split off a lot as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
I-
think we
okay.
actually split up much this time, did we?
That's
no.
Well,
That's okay.
We're all on a boat. So
I'll
it's
try
hard
to-
split up.
I'll try to make sure and pay a bit more attention to trying to jump to the people
to
that
be
aren't
honest,
getting too much
I
time.
wouldn't mind even if it was just like everyone. I don't. We spend a lot of time like arguing over coin, and then I just think
Yeah.
like sometimes it would be nice just to like have a beer with Big Sig or something.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
if it's just 10 minutes of doing that after all
This
that money
trade
talk.
mechanic thing and the importance of it, man. It was fun at the start, but I'm getting a bit peeved at it because it just gets in the way of it.
To be fair,
It takes up narrative space.
it
We
takes
have
up
way
it takes
too
up a lot of unnecessary narrative space, and I think it's mostly the only person that really seems to enjoy engaging with it is Ben.
Yeah.
want a little more of
So
Well,
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an executive decision of kind of simplifying that to little more than a few dice rolls. Because I appreciate that like Ben finds that interesting, but if it's taking up so much time and there's so much quibbling over it that it kind of pulls away from the progress of the narrative, that's not healthy.
I mean, it's quite
Spent
good.
2 hours
the point
session
of view.
arguing over it.
Jeez.
So
It's quite
I'm
good from the point
basically
of view-
I'm going to reduce that whole mechanic to basically just you can make. I'm going to reduce that whole mechanic to basically you can just kind of make a haggle test as you pass through different towns to see if you can pick stuff up and if you can sell stuff.
I
Right,
was gonna
Ruiz,
say,
gonna
I
say
think,
something?
yeah, I think it's quite good from the point of view of like there is a few people like Romulo Kern and Siggy, who's in that whole kind of arguing over coin thing, and I'm quite fine with them doing that because it's quite interesting, like as they do it. But you know, if after doing it you just say, everyone else can have 10 minutes having a beer with Siggy or something like that, just to even it out. Even if
Right.
it's
So I hear what what you're saying is that the people that are constantly doing all the coin haggling, they're getting too much screen time.
I think that's
I think
fair to say.
potentially something that we could do is reduce the trading mechanics, like you said, but then still allow the cheating aspect. Like, so the whole deal, Kurt's getting roped into shit, and then like I'm saying, well, hang on, that's not worth that. That works because that's narrative play based on like Siegfried's character, but then cut out the whole trading aspect, going like, oh, it's worth this, it's this, blah blah. You just like if you just assume like if we pass a haggle test, you give it to us for cheaper, and all that, just dump it on us, and we kind of move on with our lives.
Well,
yeah, that works for me.
Just from my perspective, I just space out and don't really pay attention.
Yeah,
as soon as like haggling gets to like a 20-minute like dialogue about like getting into like the certain
does take a bit of time when it's with NPCs, doesn't it?
And then everyone's sort of like, oh, if I word it in this way, and then everyone I'm with Antara, so I just sort of like zone out.
I just space out, and then like it does kind of just take me out of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like if the campaign was more focused around like trading and doing things like that, that'd be cool. But if like we're trying to play like the game is like a cult focused kind of game, and I don't know, it just kind of takes me out of it to be like sitting there and like.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I say is like, I mean, you don't have to stop it or anything, but just have myself and Antara or Erwin like go into town and do something, because we don't always do things on our own away from the others, so it might just be, a nice, do the coin grabbing and then just cut to us in our knitting circle or something.
Yeah, like for me, that's like that's when I have the most fun with these kind of games. Is like stuff like Erwin, Withold, and Ronk having a beer and like looking over the book and stuff like that. Little moments like that are kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
it doesn't even have to be narrative focused.
Yeah.
You can just have your 10 minutes, just like talking shit.
Okay, I hear you guys. We can try and do something like that. I will mostly, I think, because I also think that it's like I'm in the situation of I find the haggling part a bit tiresome because I'm trying to move the story forward, and then there's people like counting coins and stuff, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, can we just like? So I'm kind of in the same boat, but at the same time, I'm trying to like respect your agency by not shutting that down too much.
I mean, I feel like it could probably just get like not boiled down to just like a simple few rolls or whatever, but just like it could be boiled down a little bit more, and like if you make a haggle check and then you fail it, and then it just moves on,
Yeah, I'm happy for you just to say, do a haggle test, pass, fail, move on.
Yeah.
So, like, usually I'll use them trying to go into town to find wares or whatever. I'll usually use that to try and inject some sort of story, like I did in Feelback.
When I got mugged.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, I think you'll know most of the time when you guys go out to try and find a deal, something ends up happening to you. So, like, that is an opportunity, but at the same time, like, I appreciate that you guys, obviously, it's easy for the trading people to go, oh yeah, I'll go into town and find something to trade. So, like, if there's something that you want to do, try and, like, throw the ball at me a bit, if that makes sense. Give me something that your character's doing.
Yeah.
That's like, I think in Feelback today, like, Liam did say, is there anything anyone else was planning on doing? And everyone was like, no, not really. So I do get that bit in terms of the narrative aspect.
And I appreciate that, like, maybe I didn't give you many prompts, I didn't give you many hooks, I understand that, but...
I mean, like, it's just like...
It's felt like at times, though, it's been like, yeah, I would do something, I'll go and get my hair cut, and it was just, like, glossed right over. And I was like, oh, okay, I was going to use that as an opportunity to try and get some stuff on me.
You were going to get your hair cut?
Yeah.
Earlier today. I did not hear that, sorry.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And then it was like, oh, okay. And then it's just like, that happens about 3 or 4 times, and then you're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's just in my night again.
Right,
and that happened a few
Change
times.
your tampon. Go on. Sorry. No, I think like a beanbag system times
Beanbag
all
system.
together. When there's like more than like 4, there's a beanbag system.
I think all it needs is people to be a little bit more like. Sometimes it feels like I'm sitting here in my living room, so I don't really want to be shouting over people. And so if someone else talks, so I won't say that.
I think something that would be helpful for me is if you feel like you're not getting much opportunity to contribute, to send me a Discord DM and mention it, because it may be that I'm so focused on trying to get the story going and that I'm improvising that I haven't noticed. So if you start to feel that way, tell me, like in a DM.
Yeah, I mean, like I send Liam PMs all the time about like shit that I'm doing. If I'm not talking or whatever, like I'll be like, hey, like at this city I'm doing this or whatever, just so like y'all can like keep talking or whatever. So like if you're not saying it out loud but you do want something done, it's just passing the note to a DM, and so he'd be like, okay, so that's what you're doing. This is going on, just so you don't have to like take up screen time. You know what I mean? Or like the play time. It's just like this is just what I'm doing real quick. Like if I need to make some rolls or whatever, just let me know, etc., etc. It's easier to because like we're a big group. You know, we have a lot of people that want to do a lot of different things. Like a lot of people like for the trading things. Like I like doing like the political intrigue kind of stuff. I know like Erwin and Kern and like most of the people here are all interested in like the cult aspect too. But like just for like narrative purposes though, it's easier to just be like, hey, this is what I'm doing in this town, you know, and that way you don't have to sit there and like go back and forth or whatever.
Maybe I mean, we have this Discord channel. We're in communication most of the week, you know.
Yeah.
Popping in and out. Maybe like going forward for a session when we know we're going to end up in a place like Kemperpad or where we're going, we should just like put in here before the session, like, hey, this is what I want to get done today in my personal kind of, because we all have our own like stuff going on with our characters, you know.
Yeah.
There's the overall plot that we're all kind of, you know, we're pursuant to that, but there's little stuff we want to do, like trading, haggling, investigating this, doing that. And it's like, well, this is what I would like to do this session. And then like Liam kind of has an idea from what we put up there of how things are going to go, and maybe we can structure it that way. Like, okay, for this like 20 minutes, y'all will do this scene, and then coming up we'll do this scene and that scene.
That seems a little bit too structured to me though. I like that a little bit more liberal freeform.
I mean, it might be an idea if Liam says what he hopes to cover in the session, so we have an idea of what we.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Again, you're sort of building.
I mean, there are times where like Liam will improv something for sure, and like it works, you know. So like,
we don't even do what he wants us to do. Like.
You guys are the most fucking rebellious group I've ever had to deal with. Like,
yeah. But we're also like the most long-lasting group you've had too. So it's like
because we haven't run out of story material.
Yeah, we're never run out of stuff because we're all kind of.
He's like, this is great. I've got material for weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I over prepare every session, dude. Like.
Yeah.
And there's still curveballs that we throw you, isn't there?
But yeah, like I don't know. I think just like, you know, if you just don't want to like, you know, say out loud what you're doing, like just sending like a note, you know, to Liam, just being like, this is what I did at this town this day, you know, just glosses it over, you know, and makes it sure that it's like it's aware by him and all that kind of stuff. That's just how I like to do it.
So what I plan to try and do, I'll try and focus more on this next session, is I'm going to try and make sure that we kind of bounce a bit more around Antarius and Ruiz and Molo and Erwin, because I know that the other three were mostly front and center. And I'm not saying that it's like, oh, we're doing like trading here, like that's not what we're doing. It's just that I didn't really hook onto that while I was DMing today. And that's on my end, so I'm going to try and focus, like I'm going to pay attention to trying and fixing that next time.
Well, my theme today was just like I didn't really know what I wanted to get done today. It was supposed to just like get out of Altdorf and try to make it to
Yeah,
Camp's
sometimes
Back.
you don't have to, right? Like,
Yeah, like I felt like today was just kind of like an intermission.
it's okay to
session.
be a passenger sometimes and just let the story
Yeah.
go where it goes. I mean, things happened during this. By no means can you say things did not happen. Things
Oh
definitely
yeah, no,
happened.
things like what I mean by like an intermission session though is that like it's us traveling from one point to another point, and there's things going on in between those in between the destination. It's just for the most part, like if I'm not like in a big city or like in Altdorf, like Antarius does not have too many things that he could be doing, because like with the outlaw aspect that I'm trying to push, the biggest thing for me is just like trying to figure out how to stop a war, basically. And for now, that's kidnapping is old. So, I mostly just need to get more direction on my own character, and that's not
I
on
think
anyone else.
I don't know. I think you're doing all right. I think you're doing.
I think I'm
all
doing
right.
okay. I'm not doing amazing though. Like there are times where like I definitely have like moments of ingenuity, but there's
Don't.
also times
I
where...
wouldn't undersell yourself. Antarius contributes more than you think.
I mean, I'm surprised you didn't send any letters when we stopped off in one of the towns or anything like that.
For what?
Why would he?
Ransom letters, demands.
Oh, I already
like
did. I left
He's
those
already dealt with
I
that.
didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, like when I stole Ysolde last session, the handmaiden was there. I gave her a letter
Oh, yeah, sorry,
to
now I remember.
to inform her father so I could blackmail him basically. And it's basically just like keep the Admiralty in check and try not to let the war go or your daughter gets it, basically. I'll straight up murder his daughter if this war breaks out, because I'm a cold fucker.
Red elf.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like the thing is though, like I said, it's like and from my perspective, it's hard to.
Antarius has not become the character you were expecting him to be, has he?
No, like he's definitely like way more different than I thought he would come out to be. I was expecting him to be more like
Turned into like fucking Batman or something.
Well, like he originally he was meant to be like this pompous dumb elf that like didn't give a fuck about anything, and then like he got roped into doing this task for the embassy or whatever, and then he lost his hand, and he's grown a little bitter over it, and he's just kind of devolved.
And now he's pissed.
Yeah.
I think since Bogenhalf, where you become an actual person with a bounty on you.
He's an arsonist.
Well, yeah.
That's what he's become.
Yeah.
He was an arsonist in Bogenhalf.
Yeah, I mean that's how I got the bounty because I was such a fucking arsonist, which is honestly
I'm pretty
really
sure
hilarious.
you set like several
Fucking
fires. Like,
Yeah, I set
One of the
like
fires wasn't his fault, was it?
like I set Counselor Tugin's house on fire after escaping my my shackles, and then I set like his warehouse on fire in like the final
you
fight.
set Tugin's property on fire twice.
Yeah.
And you also got blamed for that fire that was set down by the docks because of the doppelganger, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, I was just
think
like,
that's
hell
the
yeah.
Serial
I've seen that
arsonist.
card
Antarius Intervere.
I need to strike again with my arsonist habits, but
I'm surprised
just-
you didn't when you. went to
Surprised? Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't burn
Lady's
down the
old house.
Strudel estate.
Yeah, I was banking on that.
I should.
All right, guys,
Should've,
I'm gonna
but-
stop. I'm gonna stop the recording. That.
Oh yeah.
That'll do. There we go.